All right, is this working? I don't know if you can hear it. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Well, they're all on, all up, they're all working. Hello, hello.
Test, test. Nothing. Can you guys hear me in the back? No, nothing. Testing.
Hello, 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 hello. Let's see if that one. Okay, we've got a little sound there. I'm showing sound well. Hello, hello, hello. That one's working. Can anybody hear me with this? All right, all right. You're young enough, you can hear it. All right, everybody, take your seats, please. We're going to start this meeting. I don't know if we have any sound, but we'll give it a shot. Before we begin, please silence your cell phones. Give you a chance to do that. And the council, I request that you silence your phones as well. And on the council, you know if it rings, your phone is mine. So yeah, we had that last time. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Cooper? Here. Deputy Mayor Alcantara?
Here.
Councilmember Carrington? Here. Councilmember Collins?
Here.
Councilmember Graham?
Here.
Councilmember Hudson?
Here.
And Councilmember Mosier. We have a quorum.
Thank you. We're at Pledge Allegiance. And Adigan, would like to come up here, please, and lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, dude. We're at item D, approval of the agenda. Wishes of the council, please. Move to approve.
Can we?
Second.
All right. Thank you. I don't know if we have any elected officials. It's kind of hard to.
Mr. Mayor,
No.
may I?
No. Yeah, any objection on the
Yes,
approval?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I would like to raise a point of question. The current attorney that's sitting up here, we agreed or brought forth a motion for the city manager and the clerk to be able to hire interim attorneys for 2 specific situations. When that was brought up. So that means that the attorney would come up during those times and we would be allowed to ask legal questions here, but that attorney wouldn't be representing the entire city here at the dais, because also per chapter 2.14, the city attorney is appointed by the council. So if this person's going to be sitting here representing the city, then the council would have appointed that person. And also the council has not had a chance to even speak to this attorney. We don't even know this attorney. So the only people I can assume have had interest or communication is the city, the people who are at City Hall.
I appreciate your concern. However, this attorney is brought up for this specific purpose of the golf course, and sitting up here, I don't see that there's any issue with that because he's not going to weigh in on any of the other issues that we have before the council at this point. We've never, when we hire outside attorneys for certain specific ideas and incidents, and we never bring them before the council to have them interviewed.
Well, they're always on Zoom, Mr. Mayor, so this is really inappropriate because he's not representing the city, and anybody who's at this dais right now is representing the city.
Okay, I respectfully disagree, and I do not have a problem with him sitting up here. Anybody else have any other comments or concerns or questions about that? All right, thank you. We're now moved to a proclamation honoring the 2025 Alaska South Central Pop Warner Mat-Su 49er Mighty Mite team. If I could have all those young lads and the coaches please come up forward. Thank you. So to start off with, you see a number of young lads here aged 7 to 9. I went to a game, one of their games, and you'll hear a little bit more about that. I left at halftime, and the score was 30-0. And I realized that they were going to continue. So this is a proclamation honoring the 2025 Alaska South Central Pop Warner Mat-Su 49ers Mighty Mite team. The city of Palmer proudly recognizes the Mat-Su 49ers Mighty Mite team, whose dedication, teamwork, and sportsmanship have brought pride to our community. And the Mighty Mites achieved an outstanding back-to-back Alaska State Championship, completing their entire state championship run without allowing a single point against them. This is a remarkable testament to the preparation, thanks Coach, discipline, and heart. And the team further represented Alaska with pride at the Pop Warner Regional Championship in Reno, Nevada, earning an impressive second place finish. These accomplishments reflect not only the players' hard work, but also the steady leadership of their dedicated coaches and the invaluable support of the team mom. Is she here? No. Oh, that's right, she's sick. And parent volunteers who give their time, energy, and love to the program. Coaches are Jason Pruitt, Jason Fieser, Brian Pele, and Dean Temple. And the mom is Courtney Teeple. And I'll read off the kids' names. And if you're here, please raise your hand. Cairo, Ashton, Blake. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah.
Well, you're the mayor. You call it.
That's right. Dalton, Bridger, Dexter, Stetson, Joshua, Otto, Wesley, Tristan, Shay, Kaylin, Adigan, Everett, Bailey, Koa, Joshua, Braxton, Jackson, Bjorn, Noah, Austin. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and the city of council and of the city of Palmer, Alaska, do hereby recognize and commend the Mat-Su 49ers Mighty Might team for their extraordinary achievements, championship excellence, and outstanding representation of our community. Be it resolved that the city of Palmer does hereby proclaim December 18th, 2025 as Mat-Su 49ers Mighty Might Day in the city of Palmer, and encourage all residents to join in celebrating these remarkable athletes, their coaches, and their families for their dedication, success, and positive impact on our community.
So thank you, everyone. A lot of you folks in the audience right now were helpful in getting them there by donating to the kids. No parents had to pay for the children to travel when we went down. It was all donation-based by the community for Palmer and the state of Alaska. We had a lot of help, so we appreciate it. Thank you, parents. Thank you, kids. They deserve it. They worked hard. 5-month football season. It's a long time for kids this age, but they did great, and we move on next year and hopefully have the same success. So thank you, Palmer.
Everybody, see you. See you guys. Congratulations. 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 One more, another one, little guy. Thanks, buddy. Okay, thanks. It's good to have happy news despite the wind. We'll now move on to reports. City manager's report.
All right, thank you. Due to the high winds we experienced last week, I directed only essential employees return to work on Monday. Last week, that decision was made to protect employee safety while ensuring continuity of critical services. So non-essential employees were allowed to stay home. Because of the storm impacts, many staff from my office and around the community were in and out of the office while assisting their residents and also dealing with the emergency situations of their own. As everyone knows, the state later declared a disaster related to this event, and I want to commend city staff for doing outstanding work during this exceptionally difficult time. Tonight, the Borough Assembly will be considering an emergency resolution to extend the wind disaster declaration for an additional 7 days. With these back-to-back windstorms, I believe that's the right call. Declaring the disaster helps open up access to and relief resources for both residents and businesses alike. And I encourage anyone who is impacted to reach out and take advantage of available assistance programs. During this same time period last week, the mayor, members of the city council, city clerk, and I were at the Alaska Municipal League Conference in Anchorage at the Denina Center. It was a very exceptionally, wonderfully put on conference, and I learned a lot while I was there. Even during this time of the windstorm, I stayed in close communication with staff, monitored all the conditions, did my drive-arounds of the airport and the community, picked up signs if I needed to or if I could catch them, and coordinated with local officials and worked with the borough as they evaluated the conditions. And as you see now, we have a state-declared wind disaster. As an update, this last few weeks, we coordinated with the FAA to establish a compliance pathway for 2026, including direction to begin preparing a formal corrective action plan. We took these steps because the documentation supporting a reduced agricultural rate for non-aeronautical land that the golf course resides on is no longer sufficient to support current fair market determination. That put the city at risk of grant compliance non-compliance, grant assurance non-compliance. The FAA has also advised the city that the corrective action plan related to the specific fair market lease RFP of the land should be submitted after we have the results of the RFP. This plan is still several months away from being finalized and submitted. But as a positive note, as a direct result of my actions, the FAA has agreed as of December 3rd to extend the agricultural lease rate through 2026. Because of that, the city's internal land use between the airport and the Department of Community Development remains unchanged for the next year, and the property's use remains authorized. That was the biggest operational risk to the golf course that the city was facing, a valid land lease agreement, and I fixed that. I take my responsibilities as city manager very seriously. I'm not going to rubber stamp on city obligations based on prior practices, whether those practices were good or bad, and I'm not going to waste taxpayer money by maintaining status quo and hope we don't face consequences later. I will continue to be a responsible steward of taxpayer resources by ensuring agreements receive legal review, include adequate liability protections, and clearly defined terms and commitments, and by making sure we don't create an environment that undermines fair market practices, especially where they are necessary. I'm also a realist and understand the constraints of time. I also want to bring back to attention the library funding scenarios that I presented to the council a few months ago. Several options were discussed, including the possibility of a sales tax increase. The administration would appreciate an update on the council's policy direction as soon as one is made, because I'm kicking off the Library Executive Committee meeting later this week where we'll be discussing some of these details. And we'll start getting closer to initiating the payment schedule with the contractor. And I'll have more information after our first meeting later this week to update the council on any type of payment schedule. As another reminder, legislative priorities will be discussed this December 18th. And to date, I have not received any communication from any council members regarding their intentions. I can create my own legislative priorities, but I think it's best to have a coordinated effort. Again, that's December 18th. I've asked several times. I would appreciate direction so I can include your priorities as well. Finally, the City of Palmer has secured legal representation, and that was executed on December 11th. Thank you, Benji, for finding the attorney. And they're here pertaining to some of this legal review. And that's it.
Any questions of the manager?
I do have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned that a formal corrective plan was started with the FAA. And my question is they can't accept the even consideration of a corrective plan until there's a fair market value land appraisal that's brought to them. The fair market land appraisal was asked for an extension, which is not complete, so they would not be able to send back a corrective plan for us to modify to follow. So we submit our corrective action plan, and they want us to wait until we get the fair market lease. So sorry if it was a little misunderstanding. They want us to wait until the RFP results come back. Then we submit our corrective action plan to them. They accept or reject. Okay, thank you. And then I had one more clarifying question, Mr. Mayor, for the city manager. You said that you respect time, and so I was just wondering why this wasn't, George's contract wasn't brought forward by the end of the year as promised at the November 4th meeting?
That was not promised.
Okay, thank you. I would like to bring forward then the transcripts from the November 4th meeting.
I'd also like to note that we didn't have any legal review, and if we want to go and discuss this later, that's what Committee of the Whole is for.
No, I mean, you just mentioned it in your city manager's report, and
I said
also
constraints of time.
Point of order, the manager's role is to provide information when requested to carry out council direction and to remain neutral and administrative, and the council member is speaking. Yes, thank you. If I look here at the transcript for the November 4th meeting, It states, Mr. Mayor says, do we have time between now and the end of the year for you to go through this current agreement and put in the, we'll call them corrections, the changes that we talked about in here, not going out for an RFP, but putting in the changes we've talked about. Zirkle. I believe that is doable between the city and the current contractor. It's doable for us to revise the contract and get it before the council before the end of the year.
That is correct. I believed at the time it was doable. However, it should also be noted that our city attorney immediately turned around and resigned effective immediately. So any type of contract amendments, as you've seen in our email exchange, I said needed legal review because these are material changes that the contractor was asking, and I'm not about to commit over $500,000 of taxpayer funds without a very strong legal review. I think that's a very prudent thing for any city manager or council to do.
Mr. Mayor, may I? Okay, thank you. And this council directed you specifically that that contract that was brought forward at this meeting was to be George's contract with only what George asked to be changed for this council to vote on. So that wouldn't have needed legal review.
Let me answer that. We stated on October 28th that we wanted an RFP for all contracts that were ending at the end of the fiscal year. That happened to include the golf course. Subsequent to that, we had 3 other meetings that the council tried to direct the city manager to do different things as opposed to the RFP. And so having all those different directions, it obviously became obvious that we need to have an attorney look at this whole process because the contract is over and not eligible for an extension. And so, you know, with the city manager having 4 different options to do, the vote actually for the RFP actually overruns anything else that happens subsequent to that. So that's kind of where we're at this point because the contract has ended. And we'll find out later that we probably are required to send forth an RFP. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. City Manager Zirkle. So, in 3.5 years I've been on the council, the way it's always been processed is if 2 council members make a motion went further than the city manager, who we pay a sizable sum to, whether it's City Manager Zirkle or past city managers, they produce options for us, and they produce things that we can look at and decide how we want to move forward. I also attended Alaska Municipal League this last week just for 2 days. I spoke with the city manager of Kenai, and his exact words, and I know, Mr. Mayor, you've said things that happened at AML that made us look bad and other things. His exact words is, why are you guys looking for problems? Why are you looking for problems with the FAA? We have 2 softball fields at the end of the runway in Kenai, a commercial airport that have been there for decades, and we don't go looking to try to create problems with the FAA. If for some reason they extend the runway or need it because it's non-aeronautical purposes, then we'll have to give up our softball fields. I think what's been happening here in the last few months is a solution in search of a problem. And you can tell by this crowd that's here tonight, and I'm sure in the audience participation, we're gonna find out that what the public wants, and what the public doesn't want is
John.
Our city. No, sir, I'll have the floor. That the public doesn't want our city manager doing this. I'm not done with another point. Today's the first time I've heard of us having a visiting city attorney. I'm 1/7 of the council. I cannot believe, and I'm looking back in emails, there's not an email saying, hey, we hired a visiting city attorney. Here's what's going to happen. That doesn't exist that I can find. That should be to every member of the council. It shouldn't be some little group that gets to decide, hey, we're going to have, and no offense to the gentleman I met 5 minutes ago, but that's not the way to do business. And we shouldn't be doing business that way.
All right. Yeah,
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Folks, I appreciate if you kept the applause down. Thank you. And Deputy Mayor, this is not a hired city attorney for overall. This is an attorney for this specific project that we have going on. It's just no different than when we have a recall, that we have an attorney for that specific purpose. This attorney is hired for this specific purpose on golf course related items only. You know, we don't, typically we do not do that on all the rest of the projects that we've done, whether it's a recall, whether it's anything else. We hired an attorney to look over items, and that does not get forwarded to the council. What I would like to remind the council is we have a committee of the whole that we will be discussing all of this golf course stuff, and I would like to, any other comments that are related to the golf course, I would like you to hold off until we have the committee of the whole, please.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
And folks, if things really get out of hand, it's real easy just to gavel out, and I would hate to see all you people leave. So I'd appreciate if we have the respect of the folks up here, each and every one of us, and as we will respect all of your comments when you come forward. One more, ma'am. I did not say that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I just did want to clarify that you mentioned...
Your mic's off.
Hello? You mentioned that I just wanted to respond to you because you mentioned the RFP that we were discussed on October 28th meeting. When I made the motion, I said I would like to make a motion outside of committee of a whole. I move that all contracts set to expire on December 31st in 2025, including those listed here, to be set out for new requests for proposal RFP process. And you said you would second that. For those online, the annual contracts currently are the city attorney contract, Big Cabbage radio contract, sound designs, and it will be the golf course. And then Madam Clerk said, I'm sorry, did you say golf course? And you said, yeah, because that contract expires at the end of the year. Then at the next meeting, I said, at the last meeting when I asked to update the contracts ending in 2025, the 4 that were listed on the council packet, and then you had added in that included the golf course, and that wasn't previously listed in the papers. Like, was that listed with enough time for the public to be noticed that the contract could go out for RFP? That was my only concern with that. And you said, remember, your comment was any contract that ended in 25 went out for an RFP, and so I was expanding that to include the golf course contract which ends in 25. Zirkle. Just a side note, of course, will go out with the council direction. The timeline is now November 4th in order for an RFP to be put out on the street for multiple city contracts. Might be a little tight to award and execution for January 1st. So then I specifically said, I just want to second that, Mr. Mayor, what Alcantara said. If I may, it wasn't my intention in bringing that forward. My intention was the 4 that were listed on the council packet. So I just want to clarify that if I need to bring forth an amendment, that is fine. But I think there's a lot of change going on with the conversation surrounding the golf course. And then we all went through that conversation I already read previously and agreed that we were going to bring forth the contract renewal for George. So I don't understand how on November 4th we all clarified at that one meeting what you just mentioned on October 28th, and we asked for it to be brought forward, and she said she could do it. So I'm asking where it's at. I'm asking the city manager where it's at on this agenda during the city manager's report. That's very appropriate. So can I please get an answer where that is in this agenda to be before the new year?
There's a lot of context. Obviously, the operator asked for an $80,000 increase to his contract, $50,000 flat fee, and an estimated $25,000 to $30,000 in additional fuel costs. I asked for his operating costs. I asked to have clarification, justification, as you know, Alcantara and everyone has pointed out that when our health insurance raised this year, he wanted to know the percent, 3%, and we were able to justify that increase to the employee costs. I can't sit up here and say I'm going to write an additional $80,000 into a contract without a viable justification for that. I don't believe that that is unreasonable for me to ask. If I brought forth an amendment for a library contract or to a local architecture contract without a justification, that would not get passed.
But that's
So
what
the
Mr. Mayor, that's what this council asked you to bring forward. I'm good.
Contractor at this point has stated several minute reasons, has said that he would provide the fuel receipts so that the city understands it actually is going to be paying $30,000 or maybe $20,000. I'm just not going to put $30,000 into his bank account without really knowing what I'm obligating taxpayer funds to. He said he would get that to me. To date, as of right now, I don't have that justification. I'm not comfortable with some of the parameters around that without a legal review. You were on those email exchanges where I asked. These are material contract changes that he asked to change, including some reporting requirements on our and maintenance on our facilities, and then he backed away from that. So we have been negotiating in good faith. Things are going back and forth. We are in communication, and in fact, from August, between myself and the department director or community development director, we have met with George at least every 4 weeks.
All right, moving on, my report. So I mentioned last meeting that they're going to have on December 8th, there was going to be a used gift exchange at the depot. The depot power was out, and community development graciously opened up the ice rink for us. And there were enough toys to fill every seat of the bleacher for families to come in and get toys for their kids if they couldn't afford them. And the lady that was running them said that she stopped counting the families that they served at 100, which was really kind of amazing to me. That and the amount of toys that were left were minimal compared to all the toys that were brought in and donated by the family, other family members, of which is amazing to me because just a month earlier the city donated, people from the city donated just two 30-foot vans full of materials and goods to go to the survivors of the hurricane that we had. So, our community is absolutely amazing in the way that they provide for the folks who can't provide for themselves. Also last week, it was mentioned AML. I was there all week. And for those of the members who went, I'm hoping that you learned some stuff. For those who had flooding basements and stuff, I'm sorry about that, or couldn't get off of work. So it was a good meeting. Lasted a bit too long, but it worked out well. Tomorrow is the Municipal Planning Organization meeting, and I'll be going to that. They're talking about setting a calendar for the rest of the year, and other agenda items that the Alaska Railroad is trying to take money from the the MPO, and we're going to be talking about that as well. There's a business meeting with the chamber. It's a chamber meeting with some business owners in the city, and that's Thursday morning, of which I'll be going to that as well. And obviously we're coming up in the holiday season. And we won't be meeting until January 13th. So now we're on to the any questions you have of me,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
More a comment than a question. I just wanted to thank you for all your time in Alaska Municipal League. I know you were there the entire week, and I know when I left at 11:30 on Friday, you were still up there meeting with the executive director, Niels Andresen, and other mayors and past mayors and members of the board. So I really appreciate all the time and effort you put into that. It's important to be present there. A lot of mayors from all around the state of Alaska, as well as council members, borough assembly members, borough assembly presidents, and others. So your presence there was duly noted by a lot of folks I know from across the state, and I appreciate you spending the time.
Thank you. Now on to city clerk's report.
Over the years, the council has given directives to the staff from the dais. I've gotten concerns expressed to me from the members of the public and from other council members that these directives can be confusing and conflicting. To help alleviate some of the concerns expressed by the public and council members, I would like to go back to utilizing Palmer Municipal Code 2.07.007, which states, at a regular meeting, 2 council members may direct the city attorney, the manager, or the clerk's office to prepare legislation as described in PMZ 2.07.005 for action at a subsequent meeting, provided, however, the majority of the council may vote to override the direction. The direction and the motion to override may occur even though neither is on the agenda. So essentially, they're motions, so we're going to start treating them as such. Also, I wanted to let council know I intended on sending out an email today, but I got distracted. But we are having a special meeting on Monday, December 22nd at 6 o'clock to interview the 2 potential candidates for a full-time contract city attorney. And then I just wanted to let y'all what's on my radar regarding upcoming legislation. I have the city manager residency ordinance to match code with charter, the ordinance to repeal or amend Palmer Municipal Code 6.08, which is the animal regulations. I also would like to prepare some information memorandums to have them at the first meeting in January, just to have council dates and the city holidays on the record. And then also I'm getting ready to start preparing for the 2026 records destruction. And then I would be remiss if I didn't mention our former fire chief, Chad Cameron, who recently passed. I brought my cup that he made me. And so we miss him. And that's all I have.
And we don't have a city attorney, so no city attorney's report. So moving on, we have audience participation. It's sign in, state your name. You have 3 minutes per person. Council meeting rules protect your right to testify and be heard even if others in the room disagree with you. Council meeting rules also ensure that those attending can express their views if they do not interfere with the rights of others to see and hear the proceedings. At all times, order and decorum will be maintained in keeping with the civility and dignity of the legislative process. Please be respectful during audience participation. No disruptions to city business or threats of any kind will be allowed. Individuals who cannot follow these guidelines will be removed. Any threat against others could result in criminal prosecution. Again, please sign in, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
J.D. Mitchell.
Hi, I'm J.D. Mitchell. I'm a lifelong Palmer resident, most of which in city limits. I'm also the superintendent of the golf course for the last 11 years. But luckily, that's not what I need to talk about right now because I have a bunch of lovely people who are going to take care of that for me. I have another personal concern for the city, which has to do with the rezoning of residential lands. Rezoning an existing residential parcel would be an irresponsible decision given Palmer's current shortage of moderately sized family homes. Suitable housing within city limits is already scarce, a fact underscored by the extended search radius previously required to secure compliant housing for the city manager's family. Removing residential land from an already limited housing supply undermines the needs of the broader community for the benefit of a few. Absent a significant annexation that meaningfully expands residential inventory, there is no sound justification for rezoning residential property within city limits. Additionally, the proposed purchaser of this parcel is among several individuals for whom members of the community have raised concerns regarding potential conflicts of interest involving city government. Until those concerns are independently reviewed and resolved, it would be ill-advised of the city to proceed with any rezoning action, as doing so could expose the city to unnecessary legal and governance risks. Thank you.
Michelle Grimes.
Hello, my name is Michelle Grimes, and I'm here tonight to speak in support of the Palmer Golf Course. As we sit here, the operations contract for the golf course has not been renewed, and there is a very real risk that Palmer Golf Course will close on January 1st, and there is so much at stake. Yes, it's a beautiful course, it's exceptionally well run, it generates a profit to the city, but tonight I want to talk about the people. You all know George Collum, but behind him is an entire team. And during the season, more than 50 people work at Palmer Golf Course. They are a diverse group. There are teenagers and seniors and veterans. There's people with disabilities. There's retirees, teachers. There's golf and hospitality professionals. There's young people who are in their very first job. If you spend any time at the course at all, these folks will greet you by name. If the contract is not renewed, every one of those 50 people will lose their jobs through no fault of their own. And I am still waiting to hear a legitimate reason why that needs to happen. Is it fear of compliance issues and massive FAA penalties? On October 2nd, a city official stated that the golf course lease rate had caught the eye of the FAA and was against regulations. On November 4th, it was stated that the city had been out of compliance with FAA grant assurance since 2011. Another city official said he wouldn't be surprised if a consent decree was placed upon us and that a federal judge and the Department of Justice could come in and take away the airport. We have been led to believe there is a major compliance problem and the FAA is about to step in and shut this down. Let me tell you what the FAA reported to me yesterday in an email when I reached out to Mr. Ryan Field, Airport Compliance Specialist for the Airport Divisions of the Alaska Region. I simply asked him, is the Palmer Airport in compliance with FAA grant assurances? This was his reply. The City of Palmer is currently in compliance with grant assurances. Under FAA Order 5190.6, Section 2.9, the FAA has not provided any notice of potential non-compliance. There is no active compliance problem. There is no active crisis. I understand the land needs to be appraised. I understand fair market valuation may apply here. I also understand, and I hear tonight, that the lease rate for that land has been extended for a year, and there is ample time to work this out. There is no crisis. The 50 employees do not need to lose their jobs. We don't need to lose our golf course. You can make a choice tonight by making a motion to extend the contract, vote to keep Palmer Golf Course open. Thank you.
Derek Kohler?
Good evening. My name is Derek Kohler. I am here to talk about the golf course, namely George Collum's contract. First off, I'm a resident of Palmer. I've lived out and worked out here as an attorney for 12 years. I recently served 2 years as a magistrate judge here in the Palmer Courthouse, and I just recently opened my own practice just downtown. There have been, throughout these meetings, multiple representations made to the City Council that this operation and management contract that the city has with George Collum is more of a lease, or functions as a lease, or is interpreted to be a lease by the FAA for reasons including the company having exclusive control and deriving private revenue from the airport land. But this is an inaccurate assessment, and the concern is baseless. This is not legal advice. This is my opinions after reviewing the information based upon my own training and experience. First, the company that manages the golf course does not derive private revenue from the airport land. That is actually covered in Section 2B of that contract, which states that revenue from the golf course greens fees, cart rentals, trail fees, and driving range, the actual use of the land goes to the city. It's collected by the company, but it's provided to the city. So the company doesn't actually derive any actual benefit, any actual revenue from that. The company derives revenue from sale of merchandise and concessions, beer, wine, food, things of that nature. Nothing that actually has to do with the actual use of the land. That's covered in Section 2C of the current contract. Secondly, the contract does not give the company exclusive control of the land. An actual lease necessarily includes the right to exclusive possession. if this were a lease and the company were a leasee, it could exclude anyone it wants from the property. However, in Section 5C, there's a prohibition that prohibits the company from denying fair and equal use or allowing discriminatory use of the premises. So, by operation of that clause, the company does not have the right to exclude. Furthermore, a lease also requires rent to be paid. Now, it's been pointed out that the company does not pay a lease. Well, of course it doesn't. The city hires the company to operate and manage its own municipal golf course, which it does for a fee, just like any other private contractor would. There's also no intent to create a tenancy, another required element of a lease. Clearly, in Section 10A, it states, and I'm just going to quote it here, lease. This agreement does not constitute a deed or grant of an easement by city and does not constitute a lease. So any claim that this contract functions as a lease or to be interpreted by a lease by the FAA is absolutely baseless. Further, there is no reasonable interpretation that would suggest the company has exclusive control of the golf course land. Is that my 3 minutes? All right. Thank you very much.
Rob Nelson.
I'm on the list. I'd gladly give him like 3 minutes if he needs more time.
We don't do that. We don't have enough.
I don't need 30 seconds. I'll give you a few.
Hi, I'm Rob Nelson. I can do that. It's right here. My name is Rob Nelson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And God, I want to say first off how cool it was to recognize the kids that played football. Sport is amazing. Whether you're 7 to 9 or whether you're 7 to 90, golf is exciting. We all do it. Everybody here does this. I'm concerned about transparency with the city manager, with what's been going on with this. I want to be clear at the outset. I'm not accusing anybody of anything, any wrongdoing or anything like that, but I am here to speak about documentation, accuracy, and accountability. On this issue, the public record is what's important. For months, major decisions and public statements regarding the Palmer Airport and the Palmer Golf Course have been justified by invoking FAA compliance. We've been told that certain outcomes are required, mandated, or unavoidable under federal aviation rules. Yet the public record contains, as Michelle demonstrated, no FAA Part 16 determination, no FAA compliance letter, no FAA enforcement action, no written FAA directive ordering the removal of the golf course, no documented finding that the current golf course operations violate any grant assurance. For those unfamiliar, FAA Part 16 is a formal process the FAA uses when it believes an airport sponsor is out of compliance with federal grant aid obligations. It produces written findings, legal analysis, and a public determination. If the FAA believes a sponsor is in violation, this is how it communicates it, in writing, not over the phone, not through anything else. So when the community is told that the FAA requires a specific outcome, yet no Part 16 finding, no compliance letter, and no written determination exists, that absence is significant. Grant assurances are enforced through written documentation, not through warnings, interpretations, or urgency without citation. At this point, when City Manager Zirkle was appointed, she gave a statement, and I quote, "There have been no administrative policy or structural changes to the roles or responsibilities of the city manager position since Mr. Jelly's departure. However, we have placed a stronger emphasis on aligning administrative processes with council direction and enhancing transparency in management and communication." We're still waiting. The citizens of Palmer take that commitment to transparency very seriously, and so should the council. Enhanced transparency means that when you get my point. Thank you for listening.
John Schrock.
Hello. So my name is John Sherrock. I have attended several of these Palmer City Council meetings, and I have made an observation. When the MTA Event Center is spoken about, we hear about exciting events and the possibilities someday turn into profit. We hear similar affections and support for the airport, the library, and other city assets, but not the golf course. Here's why. The golf course is consistently the only profitable, self-sufficient city asset. The golf course employs roughly 50 people and is referred to as the premier feature in our community in the city's own service contract. I can just talk really loud. Does that work? All right. Anyways, as I was saying, the golf course also attracts more people into Palmer and holds more charitable events in Palmer than most any other venue. Just keep turning on.
Let me pause.
This one works. This one works. Let me just stand beside you and
All right. May I start over? All right. So, can I hold it at the bottom? All right. When the MTA Event Center is spoken about, we hear about exciting events and the possibility of someday turning a profit. We hear similar affections and support for the airport, the library, and other city assets, but not the golf course. Why? The golf course is consistently the only profitable and self-sufficient city asset. The golf course employs roughly 50 people and is referred to as the premier feature in our community in the city's own service contract. The golf course also attracts more people into Palmer and holds more charitable events in Palmer than most other venues. In these council meetings, we have repeatedly heard, let's keep the people and the money here in Palmer. Shouldn't that also apply to the golf course, the golfers, and special interest groups who use the golf course? If you allow the Palmer Golf Course to be closed, what will be left to keep the people and their money here in Palmer? Is there a movie theater, a bowling alley, a fun center, a shopping mall? No. Palmer doesn't have any of those things. The residents from here already go to Wasilla and Anchorage for those things, and then stop at restaurants, stores there for lunch, dinner, entertainment, or any other need we may have. Without the golf course here, the residents from there, wherever there is, will also not be here in Palmer at our restaurants, businesses, and stores. Palmer is a small town and cannot afford to lose this asset, the jobs, or the many thousands of visitors the golf course attracts every year. So who exactly does closing the golf course benefit? Not our citizens and the tax base, who will lose a profitable asset, a recreational area, and then be responsible for airport overruns, surveys, and land mitigations. Not the FAA, who has already accepted the golf course as a public recreational area and as the best use of the land. Not the airport. The expected costs of paving and maintaining larger parking lots, taxiways, and other infrastructure will never be offset by any potential future lease. And the action taken by not extending the current management contract, attempting to change the golf course lease rate to one greater than that of the entire annual gross revenue of the airport, or even trying to reclassify the golf course as at the cost of losing its federally protected status, do not appear to be in the best interest of Palmer at all. I'm asking you to please extend the current contract and keep the golf course open for the foreseeable future. Thank you. And since I got a second, I'd like to second what J.D. Mitchell said about the land, the city land conversion. Thank you.
Not here today. All right. Howdy, friends. My name is Caden Jennings, and as you see, there's a lot of support here for the Palmer Golf Course. Now, I would like to mention there's a couple serious things that I've learned throughout this process of what you guys are doing. And there's a serious gap in your policy, quite frankly, the city of Palmer. The state of Alaska requires city officials meaning council members or city managers, to disclose a public financial disclosure and do a conflict of interest statement. Now, Palmer opted out of this in 1975. The city of Alaska allowed that to happen, or the state of Alaska allowed that to happen. Now, major cities like Homer, Anchorage, Wasilla all require their city representatives and their city staff to complete those conflict of interest disclosures and those public financial statements. I think that is a serious problem. You guys had to pay the last city manager, I believe, $75,000 of our money. And, something like this could have potentially prevented that, and looking into him deeper could have also prevented that. Now, if there's nothing to hide, you should be fully transparent. I think that is extremely important, and you guys have not been, which has allowed us, your citizens, to then go on, fill in the gaps with our own thoughts, and now you have rumors about everything, about every single one of you up here. Just would like to make that clear. And because none of you have came out and made a real statement or shown us any factual evidence, a letter from the FAA, no emails, no documentation, we've been able to fill in those gaps ourselves. We've had to come up with our own thoughts. So I would like to formally request the City Council to direct the city manager to craft and create a conflict of interest disclosure for us, your citizens, so we can have a good look at that. Additionally, it's not very hard to look up who owns companies. It's not very hard to look up last names. It's not very hard to figure out who's related to who. And we've all done that. We've filled in our own gaps. Now, my final thing I'd like to address is Mayor Cooper. On page 16 of tonight's packet, you stated, just after you were sworn in as Mayor of Palmer, that the purpose of the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council are to promote business, period. You said that? What about us? We're your citizens. We're also your business owners. Why would you say something like that? It's in the packet for tonight. Feel free to take a look at it. How do you think that makes your citizens feel? Oh, screw us. We're nobody. We're only about business. So, with that, I end my statement. Thank you.
Everything's getting kind of wild. But, yeah, it's Don Hammond. Yeah. And, I just start off with this, how did we get here? This all started back before most of us were born, it seems like. I've got a business, my partner and I, over here at the airport. So, we're sensitive to the airport. Well, what we don't want to see is this grant assurance thing somehow manifest into grants not coming here anymore, because then the airport will close, and then it'll be gone if we can't get grant assurances to keep it running. The formula that the FAA uses is kind of scary. They use a formula that's, I think it's 10% of the overall value of the city for the fine. So if we don't get this thing in compliance, that's a huge chunk of money that the city is potentially going to have to pay in fines. We like the golf course. I mean, everybody at the airport likes the golf course. It makes a hell of a good place to land if your engine quits. And think it actually happened one time. So what we're just trying to do is level the playing field a little bit. When you look at how much we pay for leases and things like that, it's a lot of money. And, when you see 144 acres is less than a penny, per square foot. Well, ours keeps going up. We talk about services. Well, we struggle with services a little bit. Try to get snow plowed sometimes in the winter. So it's a multitude of problems. What I would just like to see, and I think, I hope there's more people here tonight to talk about the airport. Again, we do not have an issue with this golf course at all. We just would like to see a little bit more consideration applied toward protecting the grants that come through and keep the airport operating. Because if it does go out of compliance, it could be years before we start getting grants again. And we don't want to see that happen, because that doesn't help anybody. If you look at the airport, people mentioned 50 employees. We've got close to 175 at the airport when you hit summer, with forestry and all the different things that go on out there. We teach people to fly. They become airline pilots for the youth as well. So we do, we provide a service as well. And so, but again, it just keeps coming back as I started writing this thing. I just keep coming back to why 0.5%, or why, it needs to be more. We're not saying close it. We're just saying right size it. Get it in some sort of compliance with, with the rest of the people out there. And aside from that, I just keep saying, let's stop the BS. Let's stop the social media BS, the name calling, and all this crap. It's crap. And we shouldn't be subjected to that. And probably right now I got a bullseye on my back. So, thank you very much.
All right, Sam Olson. I live in Palmer, 99654. I'm also the vice president of the AGA. First off, I don't want to apologize, but I guess I want to empathize with you a little bit, because I think that maybe my comments from the last council meeting may have created a sense of it's us versus them. And I think I was very specific in the last time that I think that the airport and the golf course need to coexist. One thing that I find super interesting, and is every time I've read, let's say, your 2026 operating budget, the Palmer Golf Course is not going to be able to afford the lease at $650,000. I think that therein lies your problem. You start throwing around numbers, you have no idea what you're talking about. And this goes back to saying, hey, we're going to earn 4% on our money market. As an investment advisor, I cannot guarantee you that. I can't guarantee you that. Schwab's money market rate is already at 3.87. It's going down when Fed rates go down. Do not make any kind of assumption on what you will return until you have a number from a certified professional that will give you a fact. Because the FAA is going to look at this and say, hey, we're assuming we're going to get $675,000. When I look here in your golf course lease rate, the city would need to bear the cost of designing and constructing access roads, utilities, aprons, and taxiways to provide airside access and basic infrastructure for the tenant. And I appreciate his comments that the airport needs to self-sustain. But that total bill is $15 to $25 million. From 2016, not including COVID inflation, so let's call it 50. The average agricultural purchase rate in the United States is $4,000 an acre. In the description that you guys sent out an hour before this meeting, the agricultural lease can remain. You have just given the citizens ammunition on what that FMV should be. Agricultural. Nothing else. Average agricultural purchase rate, $4,000 an acre. I said, what if the golf course was bought for $50,000 an acre? That's $7.5 million. I said, round it up to 8. That bond sounds a lot easier to pass to 5,000 people than $50 million for 20% of the population of the Alaska to use. Section 4F applies here. I have 3 different master airport plans. Salinas, Huntsville, and I have Cincinnati's. I also have Palmer's. Section 4F talks about the different restrictions you have to go through in order to take that land. Thanks for your time. I got more later.
Good evening, all. My name is Aubrey Berry. I had the privilege of working at the Palmer Golf Course for 3 years during and before college, where I gained many friends in both the staff and community. One of my dearest friends, known by many here tonight in the Palmer community as well as the statewide golf scene, has asked me to read something that she wrote, given she could not be here today. Keira DeLand is one of the few female golfers to make it out of Alaska to play college golf. Though myself and the Palmer Golf Course are proud of her accomplishments, she wanted to acknowledge the role it has played in it during this time of uncertainty. So with that, I read what she wrote to you all. First off, thank you members for taking the time to listen tonight. My name is Keira DeLand, and I was born and raised here in Palmer. I was blessed enough to pick up the sport of golf at a young age, starting with the junior golf camps at the Palmer Golf Course. From yearly participation in junior clinics, playing rounds with my uncle and dad, hitting the range with my siblings, to eventually working a summer job when I was 16. The Palmer Golf Course has always been a second home to me. Currently, I'm a sophomore at Lee University in Cleveland, Tennessee, where I'm part of the women's golf team. Without the Palmer Golf Course and its amazing staff, community, and facility, I would not be where I am today. Playing college golf for a top 10 nationally ranked NCAA division school has taken a lot. I wouldn't be here without the Palmer Golf Course, and while it has taken me a while to put this letter together, I'm writing to you today to consider the importance of this course and protection for its management. When people in the lower 48 learn I am from Alaska, the most frequent response I hear is, "Oh, I didn't know you could golf in Alaska," to which I normally answer something along the lines of, "We have a fairly short season, but we make it work." I think back to when I get to tell them about my home course being one of only 8 18-hole courses in the state, signifying the importance of protecting golf in Alaska. By now, I'm sure you've heard many times just how special the game of golf is and the community within the Palmer Golf Course. The course has not only been immensely impactful to my own success, but it also means a great deal to the community and generations to come. I've seen this course work wonders in the lives of those around me, providing an outlet for them to get outside and enjoy the sport they have grown to love alongside those they love. Thank you for listening today. It remains heavy on many of our hearts to protect Palmer, which we grew up in, including its leaders like George. Thank you.
Council members, Mayor Cooper, my name is Bruce Johnson. First, I'd like to take the time to urge the City Council to renew George Collins' contract, ensuring that the Palmer Golf Course remains open and ready for business in the 2026 season. I have been a resident of the Mat-Su Valley since 1988, and I have golfed at the Palmer Golf Course for over 20 years. The Palmer Golf Course is more than a golf course. It's a place to relax, share stories, catch up with friends, meet new friends. The Palmer Golf Course is kind of like the bar in the TV show Cheers. Everyone knows your name. The Palmer Golf Course is an important part of this community and should remain in the community for future generations to experience and to enjoy. I'm here today to talk about the need for the City of Palmer to be more transparent about decisions being made and or considered as it's related to the Palmer Golf Course. The Palmer Golf Course is a municipal golf course owned by the City of Palmer and the residents of Palmer. Recently, comments by city officials have fanned the emotions of community members regarding the golf course. We have been told that the city is currently out of compliance with FAA regulations as it relates to the golf course lease rate. Today, the FAA confirmed in writing that the City of Palmer is currently in compliance with FAA regulations. This would include the current management contract for George. City officials have made public comments that members are being overly emotional about the golf course. I totally agree with that statement. I'm emotional and I'm angry about this issue. One of the main reasons for all the emotion is due to the lack of transparency by the City of Palmer. To my knowledge, the city has not provided the community with any written documentation regarding the FAA's non-compliant issue and the golf course. There's an old saying, trust but verify. The City of Palmer could alleviate some of the community concerns by being open and transparent by making available to the community verifiable documentation. How about getting more community members involved in the decision-making process in the airport master plan? I believe the community is only being told selective information about this process. Moving forward, I hope the city will be completely transparent about the process, providing the community with all options available, not just one of several options available to the city regarding this issue. To end, I want to read 2 comments that I just found randomly online. One is from the Mat-Su Visitors Bureau's website that says, Palmer Golf Course is one of the most scenic places to play golf in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and Manager Zirkle. I want to echo Don that I'm a supporter of the airport, but I'm not against the golf course. And then I'll just follow that with my statement. I own and operate Mat-Su Valley Avionics at the Palmer Airport and currently reside on the Airport Advisory Committee. My business is a Part 145 repair station, authorized Garmin dealer, and I provide services for avionics and maintenance for the whole entire Mat-Su Valley. As a newly signed leaseholder at the airport, I do feel the rate we pay as aeronautical users is extremely unfair compared to the lease rate of the golf course. I don't think the numbers are important. You know, we pay 9 cents. The golf course, I did the math on my iPhone, so I hope it was perfect, but it was 0.002 cents. It just seems a little unfair. I don't think we expect that the golf course should pay 11 cents and be charged $693,000 a year, but maybe something a little more fair and an adjustment. You know, and the profit of the golf course, a lot of comments about that, but when you're paying a lease rate like that, if I paid, you know, 1/39th of my lease and my business expenses, I'd make a pretty good profit too. Also, there's regulations about the revenues generated on federally assisted aeronautical land, and those revenues are explained in a very long, complicated document that I'm sure he will read and understand more. But it does state pretty clearly that those revenues are supposed to be returned to the airport for development. Something to consider might be using some of the golf course revenues to help develop a few large lots on the airport that are essentially non-buildable to the average person or business due to the ground. Helping develop that to accommodate someone to develop it would facilitate many years of growth at the airport. As far as compliance, I believe I've heard, and we all are hearing rumors, but I believe I heard there's a compliance report being generated by the FAA right now to be delivered soon. So the non-compliance we might not want to elaborate on right now, because in a month it might mean nothing, and that report might clarify a lot. Some council members have suggested to start trying to work with the FAA rather than continue to push them off. I think that would be a better approach at this moment. Okay, thank you.
Kelly Shoemake, Palmer Chamber of Commerce. Good evening, Mayor Cooper, council members, and city manager. I'm just here to give you an update on Colony Christmas. Despite the wind and having to postpone the parade and fireworks, the event was a real success. The markets were busy. Alaskans don't let much stop them, so everyone still came out. The other chamber events and member events all went smoothly as well. We received great feedback from the community and truly appreciate everyone's support and understanding that we had no control over the wind factor that was happening. It's just one more reason why I love Palmer. Everybody still came out. The parade and fireworks are now scheduled for this Friday, December 19th at 6:30. We know that Friday evening may not work for everyone, but it was the only viable option we had under the circumstances. Huge thank you to the city for all your support with the permits and the road closures and all the logistics. We appreciate that. And an extra shout out to Nate, the Community Development Director, and Sherman from Palmer Bar for helping the community tree. It still doesn't want to stand up, and it's been a little stubborn, but hopefully it'll be there now. We've also extended the Shop Palmer through the weekend, giving shoppers a calmer opportunity to finish up filling their carts and complete their holiday shopping. We hope that this extra time encourages even more participants before Christmas to come out during the parade and the fireworks. I also want to thank the city for the grant you provided to the Chamber this year. As required, we're giving you an update on how that funds were used. The grant went towards the initial building lights along Main Street down here. The grant turned out to be extremely helpful. After the first windstorm, we had several $1,000s in damage to the lights that we had to fix, and unfortunately it happened again, so we will have those fixed again. The grant made it possible for us to do that and keep the buildings looking festival despite these challenges. The Chamber has a great year ahead. We are looking forward to next year. This Thursday is the Coffee and Connections at Dead Horse Donuts. It starts at 8:30 and it's open to everyone. We have already started planning Friday Flings and the 2026 Colony Days, which are less than 5 months away, which sounds crazy. And we're excited for another fantastic season in the community and our local businesses. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and thank you again for your support and your partnership.
Mr. Mayor, before we go to break, is it possible with the vote of the council to extend audience participation by 30 minutes? A lot of people have shown up here tonight, and in my 3.5 years on council, I've never seen an attendance like this. And I think giving an extra chance for 10 or 12 people to testify the first go around, and then I won't make that motion the second time, but I think a 30-minute extension would probably be appropriate.
Hello? All right, we're back in session, and we're going to continue the audience participation with Dan Gorman, please.
My name's Dan Gorman. Some of you know me. I'm a retired teacher from Palmer High School, having had some of your kids. And I am speaking on behalf of the golf course. Basically, talking to you about my 30 years of experience at the golf course. The first thing I'd like to say is, it has been said before, that a member of this council indicated on record that we were emotional and didn't have facts. I think if you read your emails and your letters, we have facts. And so I'd like you to do that. I'd hope you would do that. My experience in the golf course started 30 years ago, and I'm not sure that you realize the asset that you have before you. When we first started, I was maybe 5 or 6 years after the golf course opened when I started. I know you weren't making any money at that point, and you didn't for a few years after that because of the bond issue. But what we've offered at the golf course, I know a lot of you thought that there was maybe only 5 people that worked there, but we had 54 people that worked there. I started, while I was teaching at Palmer High, I started golf classes there, and now I think every school in the valley and every junior high in the valley have come to us and done classes during the season. So it's grown. We've given kids an opportunity, and this year probably 30 or 40 of them, an opportunity for their very first job. Some of them didn't make it. Some of them went on to be golf participants in college golf. Our superintendent was a former student of mine. I got him his job as a cart kid, and now he's superintendent of the greens crew. And anybody that's played the course knows that he's done a fabulous job. We are definitely not anti-airport. In fact, under George's tutelage, we have offered special things. It comes and goes. Sometimes we offer it, sometimes we don't. But we've offered package deals for people to fly in to Palmer Airport. When they notify us that they are there, whether they are a twosome or a foursome, we will pick them up, drive them to the golf course. Thank you.
What's that? It's Glenn is the last name. Yeah, Doug Glenn. I've been flying off the Palmer Airport since 1982, and I'm a commercial operator. I got a hangar on the south end of the airport and a multi-million-dollar investment in this town. And we pay, the operators on our side of the airport are paying 9 cents a square foot a year, so I'm paying around $30,000 in lease space to the city of Palmer for that airport property that I've got. And I'm watching the golf course. They're paying a half a cent or something to that effect. And we've added probably 6 or 7 new hangars at that airport in the last 15 years, probably the tune of $20 million investment out there. So there is a sizable investment in this town. In fact, that property out there is probably worth more than downtown Palmer is. And I don't know how this got wound up the way it got wound up with the with the golf against the airport, but it's YouTube, Facebook, Instagram nightmare going on here because none of us at the airport are wanting to get rid of the golf course. And I mean, it got downright vindictive. And in my view, the mayor and the golf course manager should have arrested this problem because it has gotten downright nasty and unnecessarily. We came into this wanting to build a new master plan for the airport. We have, 2 lots left out there for lease. And this is where this thing deteriorated to. And, I did not realize how little of money that I could make a lot more profit too if I was paying a cent a square foot for lease out there. So I'm not a golfer. I'm not against golfing. I'm not against that golf course, but I'm sure frustrated with it. And I'd also like to know how in the heck a government agency has got a contractor hired for 18 years and never put that thing out to bid. I've never even heard anything like it before. All the government contracts I bid on, and I bid on quite a few of them, they're 3-year bids. They're a 3-year bid cycle. And anyway, I'm fairly frustrated. I really believe you guys are doing a decent job. So, the city council could have done more to arrest this problem. But I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Landon Albertson. I just want to thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm here tonight because Palmer is dangerously close to losing something that has meant a lot to my family and this community. The Palmer Municipal Golf Course has served Palmer for more than 30 years, which is older than I am. It's hosted tournaments, youth programs, charity events, and even U.S. qualifiers, and employs around 50 seasonal workers who are at a danger of losing their jobs. The golf course is not a failing asset. It's a public space that has worked for decades. But I want to make this personal. I have a 15-year-old son who has recently found a real love for golf because of the junior camps at Palmer Golf Course. Since getting involved, he is doing better in school, has found a positive group of friends, and has built a community around something healthy and constructive. I also have a 3-year-old who has already adapted the same love of golf. As a family, this course brings us together. My wife and I spend time there with our kids, walking the course and learning the game, and being part of something local and positive. But you cannot put a price on that. The golf course is one of the most accessible public places in Palmer. Anyone from age 2 to 100 can enjoy it. Kids learn the game and seniors stay active. And an airport expansion will never serve everyone. The golf course can. Letting this contract lapse creates instability. Unstable public land becomes vulnerable public land. And that's how communities lose places they thought were protected. So tonight I ask you to act. Extend the contract, stabilize the course, reaffirm it as public recreation, and I'll end with this. Jim, Mr. Mayor, council members, Victoria, Allison, John, Sherry, Amanda, and Penny. Do you want to be remembered as the mayor and council members who allowed Palmer Golf Course, a historic U.S. Open qualifying course, to be lost, or as leaders who stepped up and helped save it? Thank you.
How's it going? My name is Arctic Weichel, and I'm a business owner out at the Palmer Airport. I was going to speak a little bit about some certain things, but during the 10-minute break, I thought I'd kind of changed up a little bit, talk about the history of the Palmer Airport transparency and what have you. You know, I've been flying out at Palmer probably for 30 years. I've landed if it's a big jet, I've been in here. If it's a 4-engine airplane, I've been in here. I've been into everything. I've wrecked airplanes out there, and you know, I've been here for a long time. This problem has existed ever since I've been there. And when we're talking about transparency, this is the most transparent I've ever seen, you know, in consideration of the airport. Way back when I was in my 20s, this whole thing seemed like it was just kind of shoved under, you know, and kind of let go and stuff like that. I'm glad it's coming up right now. This isn't a problem between, you know, the golf course and the airport. This is a problem that has started so long ago, and now we're finally dealing with it. You know, I would consider that this is the best and the farthest I've ever seen in some sort of resolve. And what I hope is that we keep going down this road, work together, and come up with something that, you know, that works for everybody. Thanks.
We're going to bring this Anchorage special oil folks up too, and the local ones too.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. My name is Garrett Stortz. I was born and raised in Palmer, Alaska, and I'm an 8-time State of Alaska Special Olympics gold medalist in golf. I'm also a 2-time USA Olympic medalist at the 2015 World Special Olympics in Los Angeles, California. I won a bronze medal. Golf has helped me build confidence, and it's given me a purpose and place where I feel included. Because of that, I care a lot about the golf course and the people that work there. The golf course, if it closes, we lose all a valuable community asset. And once it is gone, we cannot get it back. This wonderful recreational green space would be replaced with pavement and hangars. It will bring more traffic, more noise, and more stress to the neighborhoods around it. It will also change the look and feel of our town in ways we don't want. Palmer Golf Course is a special place. I've made lots of lifelong family and friends there. The course is one of the things that makes our community so special and so strong. It gives people a place to go when they need space to make social interactions and connections and to be active with one another. I would hate to need to drive to Wasilla or Anchorage to play golf with my friends. Before making a big decision like closing the golf course, I think the city should share all the facts with the public and people. They deserve to fully understand what this change would mean for the future of our town. Lastly, thank you for trying to keep the golf course open. It helps people like me, and it helps Palmer remain a wonderful place to live and be. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Several months ago, I was one of the first ones to, Dean William, she said it. I was one of the first ones to send each one of you an email asking you not to close the golf course. The response I got back from most of you was pretty much the same. It's out of our hands. We have to comply with grant issues with the FAA, and there's nothing we can do about it. Well, you might have thought that 3 months ago, and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that you weren't lying to me, but you just were misinformed. But now you're informed. So, this is really pretty simple. It's not going to take $8 million to solve your problem. It's not going to take $50 million to solve your problem. You can do this quite easily. Pass the contract. Quit digging where you don't need to be digging. There's no violation. You've got written proof of it. So just drop it. And I'd suggest that whoever gave you this misinformation and is feeding that misinformation out to you and the public, they should be fired.
Hello, my name's Jan Affinito. I've been a participant at the Palmer Golf Course since the day it opened, and it has been an enormous part of my life on a personal basis. I can tell you, as having been a organizer and head of the men's club at the golf course, which over the years has included, I'd say, roughly several hundred people, usually 50 or so members per year, from Anchorage, Wasilla, as far away as Talkeetna, and other areas outside this immediate area. It's an important resource. I know you've all heard everything that needs to be said from the people that came before me. What it seems to me is that this has become an issue of business versus community values, of dollars and cents versus important public resource. I think you people, as stewards of the public's interest and good, should take action tonight, immediately, to extend the golf course contract. And if you need further study about concerns with FAA, you will have at least a year to work through those things. And I advise you to do that, to put your own minds at ease, and to continue going forward with complete transparency as to whatever you learn in that process. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Lori Thorpe, and I've been a resident of the Mat-Su Valley for more than 20 years. Beautiful place. I studied public land recreation in college, and because I love outdoor recreation. I've got three major points to make about this golf course and aviation issue. If the existing aviation facilities can't meet the need, if there's any violation potential, space-wise, area-wise, look to adjacent communities that don't have the land or acreage space restrictions that may be here in Palmer. Wasilla, Birchwood, Talkeetna, Willow. Consider alternative opportunities to meet the need for the aviation needs. Secondly, privatizing recreation assets, public recreation assets, most often omits users from lower income and medium income families. It pushes them out of the market. It caters to the wealthy. Changing the existing contract is not being thoughtful of medium and lower income families. Please think such decisions through and the impacts of how it will affect the community. Who gains? Who pays? Public recreation areas, green spaces, natural environments like the Palmer Golf Course along the river are nurturing to users, passers-by, neighborhoods, and communities. Pavement and concrete, lack of or absence of green space, often leads to mental illness, degradation of community values, and health. If we want a vibrant community, healthy neighborhoods, social interaction, please do not privatize the golf course. The existing service contract should be renewed. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dana Kohler. You've all heard me come up here and cry and tell stories because we're all so emotional. You've also heard me read you a children's story that I wrote just for you because some people were acting like children. I don't even... I'm so tired of this. And this is not about a golf course thing. This is about all these people here. I could tell you down the line who likes what drink, who has a slice, who works better if you don't stop the golf cart before they're putting, what's going on with their families. And this room is just giving me hope, despite the lack of hope I've had from all of you. Not all of you, but majority. And I'm sorry. And just to clarify, I'm going off tangent here. I had a different plan. But if we're talking about the lack of transparency and saying this is the most transparent it's ever been, we're not talking about airplanes and golf courses. We're talking about family lineages and individual spouses who can't stop talking about wanting to move their business out to Palmer. We're talking about people that have direct financial gain from us going away. And I know security's been sitting by me the whole time, but I'm freaking done with this, you guys. Please be real human beings and stop with this personal gain BS. It's ridiculous. Fucking done, dude.
How you doing? My name's Chris Harsh. I am here to speak on behalf of the golf course. And first, I'd like to pass along my condolences for your fire chief. That was horrible. That was terrible. And our first responders are very important to me, and this city supports them. So just want to tell you, we miss him too. Next, back in July, exactly 161 days ago, I emailed the airport manager, asked him about the plan for the golf course. His response, I won't read it, but it did lead me to believe that this was years. I quote, "It's likely this will be measured in years." It's been 161 days and I'm here now. That's not years. This doesn't seem very well planned. Renew George's contract. I think it's a weak excuse that you can't add money to the budget to deal with fuel or any other expenses that should be added. I think those could be added as a line item and exercised later. Press on, do your job, please. Next thing, development. I'm pro-development. I own and operate a multi-million-dollar business here. I own several pieces of commercial property in the city. I moved here for the city. I trust these people here do the right thing, look out for our citizens, etc. Development of an airport, give me a break. Look at your library. Oh my God. It's like someone's making a career of it. You're going to talk about closing a golf course to develop commercial property for an airport or thereof in the future? Give me a break. We'll all be dead before we see water, sewer, or anything. So anyway, renew the contract. It's not that tough. Do your job. Thank many of you. Appreciate it.
Good evening, and can you hear me on this? All right. Good evening. Thank you for letting us speak. I'm a tenant at the airport. I'm also on the airport commission, and I see a lot of people testifying. I'm new out here. I've only been here about 3 years, but I think people are getting really emotional saying we're going to close the golf course, and I have not heard anybody say we're going to close the golf course. I've never heard that from any city official, And I've been talking to them for the last 2 months. So I think that we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. We had to do a 20-year plan for the airport. We still have to do that. And that requires us to tell the FAA what we're doing with the property. And it has been since 1972 that if the airport expanded and required the space that the golf course is using, at that point, we would have to justify to the FAA why there's a golf course. Until then, I think they're okay with it. They're having a little heartburn about the rent. I am also having a little heartburn about the rent. I pay 9 cents a square foot. I pay $16,000 for my lot at the airport. And I'm trying to run a business. It's very difficult. That's a lot of rent. The golf course is paying $14,000. So it gives me some heartburn. I don't like that. So I think that we can renegotiate this. There's no danger in closing the golf course. It's just a matter of how we negotiate the lease, how the city pays for it, and who gets the contract. I also echo Doug Glenn. Why has there never been an RFP? That's kind of strange. I don't understand why we can't do an RFP. And I understand we may have to extend the current contract for a year to do an RFP. I don't think that's a big problem. So I think that we're getting upset about nothing. I think the golf course is going to stay open. It's just a matter of how we're going to pay for it. And that's something you guys can work on over the next year. I don't think it's complicated. So instead of everybody saying we're going to close the golf course, closing public spaces, that's not going to happen. Talking about financial gain from closing the golf course, I don't think anybody's going to financially gain from closing the golf course, including the city. So I just don't see where there's such a big problem here. Let's work together, get this contract figured out, whether it's an RFP, whether we renew George's contract, however it comes down. The golf course isn't going to close. So thank you.
Thank you. Greg Burbrick. Can you hear me? No? Yes? Okay. I came here tonight to represent the Special Olympics. I coach the golf team for Special Olympics here in Palmer and been doing that probably 5 or 6 years. I have between 20 to 30 families that bring, kids to adults, that this is the only way they get to recreate in the summer. The Palmer Golf Course has been critical in terms of our being able to have the program. He provides all the free golf balls for these kids and the range time for them. And they literally will set a bucket of balls out for us. They'll close half the driving range for us, and they'll let us have our 2-hour practice every Tuesday night. And I just want you to understand that the golf course, and I think everybody, and you guys have heard enough tonight about what the golf course means to Palmer, what it means to the people that live here in Palmer. I am an original council member that built the golf course. There was 7 of us at the time, and we went through all of the nightmares. How are you going to pay for this? We'll worry about that after we get it built. The whole point was, this is a community property. It's not a business. We're not here we shouldn't be paying the same rates a business pays, because our whole point when we built the thing was to allow our citizens an affordable golf course. You can't do that if we jack up all the rates to what a commercial business would charge. So I don't mean to, because I'm totally for the airport, and I want to make sure you guys are satisfied too. But you can't take away what it has been, the gym of Palmer. And I can tell you, just from the 30 years being able to participate in it, you can see by the amount of support this place has, we can work both. There's no reason why we have to threaten the airport, and there's no reason why the golf course can't continue. I would like to see George contract extended. If we have to work out some issues over that RFP, I can understand that. I was CEO at MTA for many years. Worked and ran a co-op. I understand what it means to value the asset, not in terms of profit, but what it brings to your community. And I just want to thank you all for allowing us to speak here tonight. We are passionate. You're not going to find a golfer that isn't a little crazy. But it's a critical piece of our infrastructure, and I would like to see you guys all work as best we can to make us both happy. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dave Kester, and I am here to urge the council to preserve public recreation and to protect green space by keeping the Palmer Golf Course open under its current operating agreement. Please work to defend Section 4F land for the golf course. The golf course is a valuable resource of the community and consistently provides city revenue. I ask you to protect and honor the FAA's public recreation status and urge the FAA to extend the land use lease to the golf course. Please keep the golf course out of aviation scenarios in the upcoming master plan. Protect this community asset with the release of obligations and protect our public land by not privatizing the golf course. And finally, I urge you to ensure transparency in the process and publicly provide all communications and documentation between the city manager, the FAA, and the airport. Thank you.
We'll move on to public hearings, ordinance serial number 25-006, amending Palmer Municipal Code Title 12 and establishing Chapter 12.04 to read as follows. Chapter 12.04, prohibited sleeping on public sidewalks, streets, alleys, or within doorways. And this is continued from 3 meetings, October 14th, October 28th, and November 18th, regular city council meetings. What is the wishes? Oh, I'm sorry, we'll open up the public hearing. Anybody who wishes to speak on this ordinance 25-006, please come forward. Seeing no one, we'll close that. What's the wishes of the council?
Move to approve.
Any discussion? Any questions? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been a couple months, and this particular ordinance I don't find quite as odious as the previous one, but I'm still going to be a no vote on this one as well. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate the reason that Councilwoman Graber and I brought this forward was specifically to support businesses and also to ensure that I know that a big concern with constituents and the city was that our sidewalks and streets remain ADA compliant, and it can't be ADA compliant if you can't push grandma over somebody that's drugged out on the sidewalk. So I think that that's why this was brought forward. A lot of the businesses also had concerns with homeless and vagrants also occupying outside of their doorways and such. So I, of course, will always be in support of this. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Similar to the last ordinance that we talked about for the camping, I think as a community, we are prepared to help those who are struggling. We have lots of organizations. We have local organizations as well as valley-wide. And I think as a city, we're compassionate and we want to help people when they're ready. But if they're not ready for help, then I think we need to ask them to follow the laws that the rest of us follow and keep our public spaces clear. So I would be voting for it.
Yes, ma'am.
I am also in favor of this ordinance. It's for the health and safety of our community. Everyone needs to be protected. Even the city needs to be protected. And so I am going to be a yes.
Thank you. And just for edification for everyone, the reason it took 3 meetings to get through this one, 25005 was passed first meeting, and we had some wording issues on the word public and or private, and so we've ironed those out, I believe. So I guess we need to take a vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Cooper? Yes. Deputy Mayor Alcantara?
No.
Councilmember Carrington? Yes. Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
Councilmember Hudson?
Yes.
Councilmember Mosier?
Yes.
It passes.
Ordinance serial number 25007 is the public hearing, amending the zoning map to revise the zoning designation of tax parcel 17N02 ES4A007 and tax parcel 17N02 ES4A008 and lot 2, block 1, number 2 subdivision to rezone parcels from single family residential R1 to business park BP. And I'll open a public hearing for that ordinance.
There's no sign up. You could come on up.
So my name is Dave Cruz, and tonight I'm wearing 2 hats. I'm representing the Kircher family that owns the property that we're talking about. They asked me to read a statement on this property. I have provided that authorization of representation to Planning and Zoning. They have it. So this letter is to the City of Palmer. This was provided to Planning and Zoning. This letter is to name Dave Cruz as representative in respect to the zoning map amendment resolution number 25004. We would also like to let it be known that these parcels were seen as investment properties bought 60 years ago, 1966. Mr. Kircher bought it. Bordering a growing Palmer Airport. That's an interesting subject tonight. Not as a buffer or green space, but as investments. An alternative rezoning this would be creating a subdivision at current R1 levels, 25 lots. In regards to the neighbor's comments, caretaking the entire property, and I'm reading exactly what was provided. The words, we simply did not, we did it to protect our home and neighborhood, to maintain the aesthetic safety and harmony of the area at our own expense, lets one know the beneficiary of those efforts. The land was hayed, not at the neighbor's expense. Thank you for all your attentions, Joseph Kircher. So, bringing up a little bit of speed, we started this process in 1st of June with Planning and Zoning. I also am the chairman of Cruz Construction. Jeff Miller is the president of Cruz Construction. We're a longtime Valley business, Palmer-based business, and we are have outgrown the facilities at my house. The shop and that is still at my house on Clark Wolverine. My wife and I are trying to move down south of Maud Road where it isn't so windy, and so we have chose to sell that piece of property. We needed to acquire a piece of property for a new office, new shop facility. New office and new shop facility. I approached Mr. Kircher 25 years ago. I approached Mr. Kerper 20 years ago. I approached Mr. Kircher 15 years ago. I did it on a continual basis. Mr. Kircher this year said, yes, I'd like to sell it. So we presented what our plan was to him, what we'd like to do with the property. He thought it was a good use of the property. The property has not been, the FAA, another interesting participant tonight, the FAA has testified, and are you going to cut me off? Or? Okay, all right. Thank you for my time.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Brad Hanson. I'm a Palmer resident since 1967, owner of record on a parcel that abuts this property. I have a couple things that I think are super important to this. First of all, the title of this is incomplete. It needs to say a rezone from R1 to BP with special limitations. Special limitations was enacted in 2002 to allow you the ability to take a zoning district and fit it to the needs of the community. And that's what this case is. Second of all, we received notice of this rezone on Wednesday of last week, 6 days prior to this public hearing. Code allows 5 to 20 days for us to receive that. I think you should err on 20 days as opposed to 5 days. It's important for the people to be able to get their responses into this in a timely way. You had no way to get our comments into the packet. The city of Palmer has had zoning since its inception. It uses an Euclidean type of zoning, which means to separate incompatible uses. Okay? An R1 district is the least intensive district that there has in the city of Palmer, with the exception of R1E. Business Park is one of the highest intense, okay? So just the nature of that, the incompatibility of it, you want to transition to different zoning, okay? Zoning in the city of Palmer is for 3 specific reasons. One is to implement the comprehensive plan. The other is to stabilize and conserve property values, and the third is to use the most appropriate land. Your staff cites that this property is consistent with the comprehensive plan. However, I strongly disagree with that. Maintain quality existing neighborhoods and expanding the ability to choose properties within the Palmer. We just recently voted in the city to expand the boundary of a city manager to 5 miles. That indication that maybe there's not quality housing in the city. And the second is to encourage economic development and industrial use when appropriate, with appropriate safeguards. It's important that you emphasize these special limitations on this piece of property. This piece of property is 10 acres in size, okay? And so any type of subdivision in the future would allow whoever buys pieces of property in there to do whatever's permitted within the zoning district that you're creating. The staff has recommended that you increase the setbacks and to allow very specific uses. I would encourage you to also add that special limitation to say that if there is a subdivision of more than 4 lots, the zoning district has to be reapplied for at the council level. Anyways, so I would appreciate you really consider this for the future of the community. Thanks.
I'm not used to this. Pardon me. We don't sign in at all? Oh, well, thanks. That's half the introduction. I'm Gordy Richmond. I'm here. Can you hear that? Gordy Richmond. I'm here with my wife, Cindy Richmond. We've been here 120 years. And we're opposing this, frankly, because we have to. You've got 130 page of the packet. Packet is pertaining to this. Frankly, I don't think we can do due diligence, as Brad said, at this time because of a lot of the other issues that have been going on. But be that as it may, it's a pretty significant move, especially for us. We're the ones most impacted by it. It's right in our face. Even with the ordinance as written, it's a little deceptive. It says there's no heavy equipment allowed. You'll find in your research that's certainly not the case, and it could have been misinterpreted that way. That's the primary use for 5 of those acres, which happens to be from that wall to that wall from my porch. So it's pretty significant to us. And we appreciate a lot more due diligence. As far as I know, no one from the city's actually been to the properties. The only place you can see it's from the airport road, and only way to access it is through my property. So nobody's asked me to come in. Maybe they should. It would bear its own. But excuse me, I'm a little nervous. We've enjoyed our place a lot, and retired there, and appreciate what Dave's done. He's done a lot for the valley, but I was able to retire there. I don't know why he's not, but I just ask you to think of it carefully and consider us in your decisions. And if you have any conflict of interest or anything along those lines, recuse if need be. But I wrote a nice letter. It was short in the program. We didn't get the notice, so it took a while to get there. But I thank you for your time. I'm not going to use it more.
Jeff Miller, President of Cruz Construction. I just wanted to reiterate, we've been at this process since June, and there has been 3 public hearings on this process, so it's not like we haven't had a chance to go through it. There's a lot that's tied to it, as you can hear from the different stances. But we are a Palmer-based business. I am the president and in charge of the future of the company. I also have a Palmer address. I live on the windiest spot, which is up on Lazy Mountain there. So anyway, we are really looking forward to having the opportunity to keep our business in Palmer. We employ 550 employees, and they are all majority Valley-based. And we've got a lot of great plans, as we brought that picture up earlier. But we've been at it for close to 6 months here now, so there's been a lot of time and effort put into it. And originally it was annexed, like a lot of places, R1. Wasn't like there was a lot of scrutiny put into it. And if you go look at the property, it fits right in with what's going on over there. It's not a residential place that you want to see 40 homes stuffed into. Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Anybody else?
Excuse me. My name is Jay Van Diest. I'm a Palmer resident, not in the city limits, outside the city limits across the river. And I'm for this proposal. I am encouraged when businesses move into Palmer, or at least want to move into Palmer. We have a lot of big businesses. Well, we have the government, the seat of the borough, and we have the community, the school district headquarters, MEA and MTA, and this is a diversification of business. From my understanding, they're going to employ quite a few people, 40 or 50 or more, at this location. And that brings economic stability to a community when you have a diversification of businesses. I was here in the 80s when everybody left, and I really liked it. There was no line at the post office. The pressure for hunting was way less than it is, but also there wasn't the work that we have. With people comes a lot of opportunities. And something that has happened in the Valley since I've lived here my whole life that I really didn't expect, but I've really learned to appreciate, is all the people that have learned of our quality of life that have moved here. It made opportunities for jobs, and that means, it may be selfish, but I think some of you guys would appreciate the same thing, that my children and my grandchildren can work here and stay here. When I was younger, everybody my age was, you had to get out of state. That was where the economic opportunities were. Some of them came back, but not very many of them. But I really like it that there's this kind of thing comes into Palmer and creates opportunity to create a better quality of life. Even though it is high already, it creates a better quality of life for all of us. So thank you.
Hello. Anybody else like to speak to this public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close.
Council. Well, before council. So if a council member would please make a motion just to do a quick amendment.
I make a motion to.
You're fine.
To make the quick amendment to the title, changing it from an O to an S.
From an S to a zero.
A zero.
Okay. And we'll do a quick roll call vote just to be square. Mayor Cooper?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcantara?
Yes.
Councilmember Carrington?
Yes.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
Councilmember Hudson? Yes. And Councilmember Mosier?
Yes.
It's unanimous. I'll fix it.
So now back to the council. What is the wishes of the council for ordinance serial number 25007?
I move to approve.
Second.
Discussion?
Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
I came from the planning and zoning, and just for transparency across the room, I sat as the chair, and as a procedural rule, I had to sign off on the resolution and the minutes. And so I have no financial obligations or material investment in any of this property, and I just need to air that out and let you know.
Yes, ma'am.
I had a couple questions on this one, and I don't know who best to address them to. I don't know if someone from Cruz Construction would be best for that or not, but one of my questions was that says the Planning and Zoning Commission considered the request on October 16th and voted unanimously to recommend approval to the City Council contingent upon the sale of the properties to Cruz Construction. And I asked this question not in relation to any of the questions about conflict of interest or anything like that. This was a question I had prior to having heard any of that, but I was wondering why this change is contingent upon a sale to a specific individual or company.
Nate?
I, however, don't have a carrying voice. It's gone. Can you guys hear me? Awesome. And poor audience. Anyways, to answer your question, Councilwoman, we're put this forth for a rezone, and this will go into perpetuity. So in doing so, the Planning Commission, as well as the staff, knows the severity and the perpetuity of this decision. So if the sale does not happen, that's why it's contingent, is because if the sales doesn't happen and you guys approve it, now it's business park with the special limitations, which do narrow the selectivity of who can use that and those uses. And with that, we want to make sure if the sale does not happen and does not execute, that it will go back to R1, because we do take a very, very serious note on the severity of this being changed, right? So anytime we have a rezone, or anytime we do anything like this, it sets a precedent moving forward. And we want to make sure that we set the right precedents moving forward, because it will be referenced into perpetuity from here henceforth when we do these things. So that's why we spent so much time with the planning and zoning. That's why every time we went back, it was more and more details being ironed out. So I hope that answers your inquiry.
If I could ask a follow-up on that. So I guess kind of a hypothetical situation, not suggesting that Cruise Construction has any intent to do this, but say Cruise Construction bought the property and then 6 months later decides, you know what, this isn't the site for us, or business, the bottom falls out of business or whatever it may be, all of which things I'm sure are not going to happen, but used to thinking of these things in a hypothetical way if things don't go as planned. Does that change, or would that change the recommendation at all if Cruise Construction was not actively using the property?
Would that change the recommendation from the staff to approve or ask the council to pass? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, as far as the rezone.
Well, our recommendation is contingent on the plan, right? I can't stand behind a hypothetical, right? If it changes, then that's not what we're facing right now. I'm making my recommendation, and the planning commission made their recommendation, and we put this henceforth as such. So,
can I ask you a question? It's along her lines. So if they buy the land and we change it, it changes its zone. And I think what she's saying, and then they decide not to use it for this. So then the next person that's going to build there has those same restrictions, because I noticed they had quite a few different extra restrictions on the buffering and stuff. So that still applies to the next person who builds on there if he sells it? Or, you see what I'm saying?
Correct. The city cannot involve itself in the sale of
yeah, so once it's done, once they bought it, then that's a thing. It doesn't go back to R1.
It
okay.
does not.
That
said,
I just want it cleared.
Those special limitations were put forth and in consideration of the surrounding property owners and the commissioners, right, that put forth their request for those special limitations. Each and every one of those commissioners came in and emailed back, and we gave them a duration of time to review the special limitations. So it was very specific, special, no pun intended, special consideration in doing that. Now that does allow it, so if it does get sold, like that they're locked in, whoever buys it, right?
Mm-hmm. So we drove down there. I wanted to kind of see because I didn't know what we were talking about. But it looks like on one side it already is business, right? And on the other side is the airport, part of the airport. And then on the other side is airport mixed, right? So it's kind of surrounded, except for the residential on the one side, it's kind of surrounded with the airport and the other business park, right?
Your question is what surrounds the existing property?
Yeah.
Correct.
On three
So,
sides,
yes.
it's business park and airport, and then there's only one side that has the residential.
On the north side of the parcel,
Right.
so there's 3 parcels. We'll just act like it's one giant parcel that's 10 acres, right? On the north side, there is a parcel that was rezoned business park and commercial limited. Now, the reason why it was zoned commercial limited is because business park does not allow residential dwellings, right? So there's a little slice that's commercial limited because there's a home on it that the operator of the business that was running on that business park that rezoned it lived there. So that's how that was allowed. Otherwise, zoning wouldn't have allowed that. Correct. Now, on the west side is R1, and then on the east is airport commercial, airport industrial, and I'm spacing out the other one. Sorry. Long day. Airport mix. Thank you so much.
One more question, and this might be more appropriately geared towards someone from Cruise Construction, but I was reading in the packet that Cruise Construction expected to employ, and I don't remember the numbers exactly, but somewhere between 30 and 50 people off of this property, but also mentioned that people would be working off-site or even out of town frequently. And so I just had some questions about how many people would actually be working in Palmer based on the operation that you intend to set up on this property, or if...
I don't want to speak for them, but yes, you're correct. So I heard 40 to 50. I can have Jeff or Mr. Cruz correct it, but they have multiple locations, right? West, North Alaska, for logistics purposes. So they do have a very large employee base. Now, my understanding is it's 40 to 50, and they can clarify if I'm misspeaking for them. But yes, locally at that office building that's being proposed on that location is 40 to 50.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jeff. I don't want to speak for you, sorry.
So we have operations in Kenai, we have them out in Fairbanks, and then the North Slope. And so this particular operation in the office would have the 40 to 50 to be where that's accounting staff, project managers, engineers, permitting people, that staff that's based, because this is our home office, our base office, our corporate office, if you will. So then obviously we're spread all around Alaska with the balance of the other 500 people. Does that answer it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a few questions before this comes to a vote. This specifically, as a fact finding, uses the comprehensive plan to encourage us to accept this rezone. But the last being, we needed to vote to update our comprehensive plan. So shouldn't we then wait until that comes back so the city's money isn't wasted with the comprehensive plan?
No, because the comprehensive plan is an update. And by postponing it, we're essentially saying that this doesn't meet the comprehensive plan as it's existing, right? Like you're proposing it to wait for 9 to 12 months for an updated comprehensive plan, right? You would postpone a rezone on updating a comprehensive plan. So that's, I mean, I can't tell you what not to or what to do, right? That's your choice. I would say my recommendation is not to wait. As we've covered, it's been 6 months of due diligence and thorough combing and refining this. Did I answer your question?
Mr. Mayor, may I continue? Okay. Yes. Would a physical address of Airport Road adjacent to the airport, sorry, I'll start over. Would a physical address of Airport Road adjacent to the airport become tax exempt for operations associated with the new business?
I guess I don't know that, right? That's not my wheelhouse. Can you explain what the address would make it tax exempt for?
Okay, sorry. The current businesses that are located on Airport Road can receive tax exemption for being...
It's not airport land. Well,
if the airport expansion happens, and what we're looking at, then would...
Hello.
Thank you. So if there was an expansion to the airport, is that property not included when you're looking at the airport expansion project plan? I'm asking, I understand that it would be considered private land, but the question is that piece of property currently considered in the airport master plan for an expansion property?
Well, we don't have I haven't reviewed that part of the airport master plan. I know we're having a new one, but I'm going to stand on that it's private land. And the airport master plan takes in consideration surrounding areas. So yeah, it's gonna take in that in the sense of like what is surrounding the airport. Does that mean it's going to annex it or expand to it or have a proposed expansion to it? I would just be pontificating at that point on data that I'm not familiar with. I would say no. I don't see why they would want to expand, but that's not me. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have another question. Is that okay? Okay, thank you. Was there ever a letter presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission appointing Mr. Cruz as a state representative for Mr. Kircher at the Planning and Zoning meeting, or was that just read by Mr. Cruz ahead of his testimony when he started this process?
Can you ask the question just a little slower?
Yeah, no problem. Was there ever a letter presented to Planning and Zoning Commission appointing Mr. Cruz as the estate representative for Mr. Kircher previous to today, or was it just read by Mr. Cruz at the Planning and Zoning meeting ahead of his testimonies?
Go ahead, Penny.
Commissioner or Councilmember Hudson. We were given a letter by the staff. Every commissioner was given that letter, and it was an actual power of attorney that we were given, and I don't have it with me today, but we did have it. So yes.
My next question is, has the City of Palmer inquired about the heavy commercial vehicle travel along Airport Road, alongside the new pedestrian bike path, and through the school zone at the intersection of the Old Glen? And can the Palmer roads and signaling handle the influx of commercial vehicles coming and going to the Airport Road?
Well, this is an operational building from my understanding, and so not like my understanding is there's not heavy equipment as you would think in a civil construction. They their wheelhouse and their main operation is off-site, like outside of the borough. Most of their work is down south. They do have an office in Kenai, but majority of their work is remote. So that was brought up in concern in multiple planning and zoning meetings, and it was supported that that's it's not going to be what's going on in the sense of traffic. Your question was there a study done? No, there was not a study done. In regards to studies in the traffic pattern and impact of Arctic Road, as you refer to as Old Glen, that's on the state. And the Airport Road, it could, hypothetically, it was built, and I can refer to our Public Works Director on that because I don't want to step into something I don't know anything about, but my understanding is that road is capable of having heightened traffic of heavy equipment, because it does now.
Can I make a follow-up? Thank you. The roads then are constructed along Airport Road to the standards outlined in state and federal code regarding any heavy and oversized equipment traveling?
You asking me if they're up to standard?
I'm asking if the specific Airport Road is built to the standards outlined in state and federal code regarding use of heavy and oversized equipment specifically.
I'm going to have to defer to the Public Works Director on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have 2 more questions, if you don't mind. My last question, I guess, could be for anyone who would like to answer. My constituent's question is, why does this rezone make sense in any logical way for the city of Palmer?
Why does the rezone make sense in any logical way for the city of Palmer?
Yeah, for the constituent specifically.
Well, I mean, the property's been undeveloped since 1961 for first. Second, it's for the economic viability and meeting the comprehensive plan in regards to supporting local business and business growth. 40 or 50 people having lunch, 40 or 50 people shopping at Fred Meyer or Cars. I mean, I could go down a long list. Now, if it's factual or opinion, I'm going to have to stop right now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, just my last question. Yep. Will anybody who's sitting up here or any city employees' family receive any financial benefit from this rezone?
Not I.
Yeah, I have no financial interest, but I did have a question, if I could. Oh, yeah, hold on. We'll finish the financial interest part first.
No.
No, not me. There's one more.
Did it skip anybody?
Just one.
I'll take a mic. I have no financial interest in it. Or gain.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Nate, for being here.
I don't know. In order for transparency, neither do I. I'm not going to receive any financial gain.
Thank you.
So just so I don't end up a target on my back.
So, Mr. Mayor, I have to admit, I'm a little torn here in the sense that I have great respect for Mr. Cruz, Mr. Hansen, and a bunch of other folks that have testified here tonight. There was a lot in this packet, and some of it I think has been maybe sugar-coated a little. When I look at some of the things, I see some, at least in the finding of fact worksheet, I see some no votes from some Planning and Zoning Commission's members. I just don't, I'm not comfortable with the 6-day process that people had to respond. And I think Mr. Richmond and others that responded in that short time frame, I applaud that. But I guess I'd like to make a motion to postpone this until January 13th.
Second that.
Any discussion, questions, Madam Clerk?
It is a proper motion. Motion to postpone. Sorry, I'm just making my note. Councilmember Mosier.
No.
Councilmember Graham. This is to postpone to the first meeting in January.
Yes.
Correct? First meeting in January. Councilmember Collins.
Yes.
Mayor Cooper.
No.
Deputy Mayor Alcantara.
Yes.
Councilmember Carrington.
Yes.
We have her 4. And Councilmember Hudson.
Yes.
It passes and it is postponed until the first meeting in January.
All right. Moving on, action memorandum 25098, authorizing outside city limits utility sewer connection for 13545 East Kolaska Circle in Palmer. Wishes of the council.
Graham's moved to approve and Carrington second.
Any discussion, questions, comments about this one? Madam Clerk.
Mayor Cooper.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcantara.
Yes.
Councilmember Carrington. Yes. Councilmember Collins.
Yes.
Councilmember Graham. Yes. Councilmember Hudson.
Yes.
And Councilmember Mosher. It is unanimous and passed.
New business resolution number 25047, authorizing the city manager to reimburse the FAA $21,326.25 for work involving an environmental assessment in grant AIP number 302021102822021 at the Warren Bud Woods Palmer Municipal Airport. Wishes of the council.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any questions, comments, discussion? Hearing none.
Councilmember Hudson.
Yes.
Councilmember Carrington.
Yes.
Councilmember Mosher.
Yes.
Mayor Cooper.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcantara.
Yes.
Councilmember Graham. Yes. And Councilmember Collins.
Yes.
It's unanimous and approved.
All right, before we get into the next audience participation, I would like to take about a 10-minute break, please. Thank you.
We'll do it. To get some decent mics. Okay. So, can I ride my bike? A nice safe ride my bike. So the road will hold me up. All right. So if I put these two together, this is the way, this is bizarre. If I do this, they work. So Jim, I think if you hold these two together this way, they work. But you have to hold them like this. I'll tape them together. And then you can, see? This one, which is red, it shouldn't be working, is working. But this one is green. It should be working. So let's transfer power. I think electromagnetic RF something, but are you having... I love the place, but it's really powerful. It's okay. I'm going to encourage him to do these two together. If he does, I think they'll work.
One will give out, the other will give out.
I know there's something.
There's something going on.
But you.
I think that, you know what's funny? I swapped out the People's batteries and it worked great. That's what I'm wondering. That could be.
Yeah, what I'd probably do is take some isopropyl and wipe all that.
Oh, I wonder what it's
Wipe them all down.
I think it's the projector's fault. The projector gave up and now
Okay, this is working now. Thanks.
All right, folks, we're going to call us back to order. And we're currently on item L, records of items placed on the table. Madam Clerk?
I just wrote them all down. I have the Q&A document for the golf course and airport land provided by the city. I have the statement from Gordon Richmond regarding the ordinance 25-007 and the plan from Cruz Construction with the property diagram.
Thank you. Now on to item M, again, audience participation. Let me reread the boilerplate. Council meeting rules protect your right to testify and be heard even if others in the room disagree with you. Council meeting rules also ensure that those attending can express their views if they do not interfere with the rights of others to see and to hear the proceedings. At all times, order and decorum will be maintained in keeping with the civility and dignity of the legislative process. Please be respectful during audience participation. No disruptions to city business or threats of any kind will be allowed. Individuals who cannot follow these guidelines will be removed. Any threats against others could result in criminal prosecution. Please sign in, state your name, and we'll give you 3 minutes per person. Opening the audience participation.
Mike Wilson. Jay Quackenbush.
Testing.
Hold it for about 3 seconds until you get a green light.
Yeah, I can hear it. I can see the green light. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members, for the time. I got to admit, I came to the meeting tonight not really aware of all the issues as far as leasing and land at the airport and the golf course. But I do want to say I'm here to support the golf course. I'm impressed with the number of people here that are doing the same. 7 years of my public service in Fairbanks on the Borough Assembly and the Planning Commission, I never have seen such support from a community come out for a topic like this. So I'm quite impressed. I also want to say I think Palmer has a real gem, and that's the golf course. I've played golf in about 15 other states, and I don't hesitate to take pictures here in Palmer and send them to all my buddies and relatives, wherever they may be, Arizona, Florida, California. We've got a real gem here in this community, and I hope the council can do everything in their power to hang on to that, and I just want to urge you to do so. Thank you very much.
My name is Bert Verrill. I rise in support of the golf course. You know, it's all old farmland. Part of it's still farmed on the inside of the fence of the airport. They do hay there. George is kind of a farmer. He grows fairways and greens on his side of the fence. And that stuff doesn't take care of itself. It's not like the apples are going to come ripe at this certain time of year. He's got to get in there and work that land to get that stuff to grow, to get it to come in the way that it comes in. And so it brings all the golfers the 34,000 rounds a year that we had last year, or projected for next year, is because of the condition of the course. So I implore you to make a motion with consideration for legal review to get that contract, and let's have the farmer there and working on the farm the first of the year and not make him wait.
Anybody else wishing to speak, please come forward. State your name, 3 minutes.
Had a wonderful conversation with the airport guys during the first break. Nobody here is disputing the need of the airport versus the needs of the golf course. What we're trying to do is make it so that we can continue to be, so that we can continue to coexist. If the $14,000 that is being paid isn't enough, figure it out. Figure out how to make that be more. I don't think 47 times that rate is reasonable, but somewhere in there is a number that helps the airport and helps the golf and can be made by the golf course. I think there's a misconception from y'all that the golf course gets all this money, that George gets all this money, and he doesn't. He gets money to run a business. He pays himself moderately, pays his employees, pays taxes, does that. He makes a little bit of money off hot dogs and some golf equipment, but he also has to expend an awful lot to purchase that stuff. And he runs a very big risk of what sells and what doesn't. Golf is a weather-related business in this state. Without players, he doesn't sell. So, to make a couple tens of thousands of dollars a year for what he does, I don't think that's anything outside the lines. In this new era of Facebook and social media rule this whole world that we live in. Not a fan, but it's how it works. And a lot of misinformation through those have pitted this divide between us. And it's more from a lack of, again, I use the word transparency, from what is being told to us. And I think it's really up to y'all to give us information, right? If the FAA says we're out of compliance, where's that, right? Don't make stuff up. It doesn't sound right. And so then we only have conjecture at that point. So we're asking you to keep us in the loop, right? Both the golf course and the airport are enterprise funds. It should be easy to have the left pocket pay the right pocket for a fair rent to the airport. Thank you again.
I'm John Sherrock again. I just wanted to say that no one at the golf course has any animosity towards the airport. However, the airport's not on the chopping block. I'd also like to point out to the airplane guys that the city of Palmer set the lease rate, and the city of Palmer pays the lease rate. George, he only manages the golf course, and that's it. The revenue all goes to the city, and the lease is apparently paid with tax dollars. Mayor Cooper, a few meetings ago, you told us, take it to the bank. No one wants to close the golf course. And now here we are about 2 months later, and the golf course is 7 business days away from being shut down. Without a management contract, who will order the supplies? Who will secure employees? Who will organize tournaments, sponsors, and charitable events, or any other aspect of running a golf course that needs attention starting now? The golf course opened on March 20th of 2025 with a summer's worth of charity tournaments already planned and a clubhouse stocked and ready to go. That's roughly 90 days from today. Twice, the city council members have raised and seconded motions to extend the current management contract, and twice nothing has happened. With no contract and apparently nothing on the table, this council, through inaction, will effectively be closing the golf course for the 2026 season, and then likely for good. Make no mistake, the RFP process will take too long for any entity to properly prepare for the upcoming season, and Eagle Golf Course Management is likely the only candidate who would apply, and most certainly the only one who knows what makes our golf course function. You are the airport sponsors, and as the sponsor, your job here is to protect the best interest of Palmer. Through the eyes of the FAA, obviously many of our citizens, protecting the golf course is in the city's best interest. Please consider the long-term unintended consequences of not taking action today. Closing the golf course would be truly unforgivable.
Yeah, my name is Rex Gray. I'm a Palmer Airport user since 1985, back when Buddy Woods had a log cabin at the end of runway 10. So I've seen it over the years. This is the first time, like Arctic said, that the airport is getting its due diligence. It's kind of been the stepchild of Palmer all the time I've been here. The, you've heard some arguments about, or not arguments, some emotional things about who plays golf at the golf course, the 17-year-old and the high school kids and stuff. Let me give you some examples of what goes on at the Palmer Airport. About 3 or 4 years ago, I gave a 17-year-old gentleman here a private pilot's license. Over the years, I keep continuing giving him a license. He lives here in Palmer. And now he's about 21. He's working here at the Palmer Airport as a flight instructor, rents a place in Palmer, has a wife and a kid. He started flying here when he was 15 years old. There's all kinds of kids like that here in Palmer that have benefited from the Palmer Airport. This kid also is probably going to be one day taking you to Hawaii during a winter windstorm. And we've turned out a lot of pilots like that at the Palmer Airport over the years. The economic impact of the airport is much more than you guys realize. I've had people come to me from Russia, California, all over the U.S. for what I do is I give flight checks, licensed pilots, and I pay taxes on that to the city of Palmer. I don't know where that money goes, but I do pay my airport taxes, as a lot of the other businesses do that sell services on Palmer. So anyway, I'm just saying that there's a huge economic impact from this airport to this community. And I'm not so sure that we're seeing that. Somebody else was speaking earlier also about, well, it's like the Cheers bar where you go and hang out. Guess what? Same deal at the Palmer Airport. Okay? So, I don't know whether your thing is golf or airplanes, but we have all the same stuff going on at the Palmer Airport. So I just wanted to mention that it is a huge economic impact to this community. The golf course, Palmer issue, that should be easy, not easy to fix, but it should be pretty definite. You've got the FAA, you've got attorneys. You should be able to come up with the answer with the FAA compliance people and the city attorney.
Again, my name is Bruce Johnson, and I do have one question. I wasn't going to mention this, but the city manager brought up the issue about George's contract adding fuel into it. What I've never understood is that the vehicles that are run by the golf course are owned by the city. So what the city is basically saying is, George, you pay the fuel for our vehicles. That's what's happening. I don't understand that. And she's saying that that's a lot of money, but those are your vehicles. Everything that's at the golf course, as I understand it, is owned by the city, but you're making him pay for the cost to run your equipment. Thank you. Think about that when you're thinking about George's contract. Thank you.
Wesley Arts, Palmer Bar. One of the things that I keep on thinking, how can we separate the two? We need to be able to separate the two. This is the only way that this is going to keep this from happening again. If you add on the lease, if the airport land is so valuable, can we sell some of the airport land to one of these businesses and still have it zoned for the airport land to generate money for it? And I'm kind of confused. The FAA gives us money to buy this land. That means you have control over it, and you guys can be able to separate this. Please think about how you're going to separate these two. We want an airport and we want a golf course, but unless we separate these two, we're still going to have issues in the future. And make it a real municipal golf course where it's not answering to the airport. It seems like the last couple months that we've had a lot of airport issues come up and talk. Used to be in the several years, all we would hear is people complaining about touch and goes at the airport. And yes, people are going to complain about the plane traffic. If we start making the airport into something big, that's never going to hear the end of it on the thing. We want it small. We want to keep the firefighters there. We want to keep the parachutists there. We want to keep it where the flight schools are there. We don't want big jets landing there. But think of how you're going to separate the golf course and the airport. Please, thank you. Or you could bring it to a vote of the people and ask them what you want them to us to do.
Okay, Sam Olson, Palmer, Alaska, AGA. I'm going to read directly from the FAA, Volume 64, Number 30. Under the final policy, the lease of airport property to a unit of the sponsoring government for non-aeronautical use at less than fair market value is considered a prohibited revenue diversion unless one of the specific exceptions permitting below market rental rates applies. If a sponsor's use of airport property qualifies as community use and the other requirements for community use leases are satisfied, the FAA would not object to a lease at less than fair market value. Qualified uses could include park or recreational uses or other public service functions. In your master plan in 2016, publicly owned land adjacent to the airport that may qualify as Section 4, and Section 4 of the DOT Act states that FAA cannot approve the use of publicly owned wildlife refuges, parks, and recreation areas. You have listed in this airport master plan the Palmer Municipal Golf Course located on the east side of the airport. You're in compliance. I understand the argument that the airplane operators want leases to be fair and equitable. I would also argue, though, that one of the main differences between the golf course and owning a hangar on the airport is George doesn't get to sell the golf course when he's done. The value of hangars. I mean, we heard someone say that they have millions of worth of property. I mean, we're not seeing millionaires at the Palmer Golf Course all the time. I'm not going to be able to afford a hangar. I do pretty well. But I doubt most of the people in this room will afford a hangar. So that is a big aspect. I understand $16,000 lease is a lot. You have the asset. I think that's one of the flaws of airport logistics. Municipalities should own the hangars and lease them. All the airports in the world would be in the black. That's rough. So, I'm laying it out for you right here. You've got Section 4F protections. It's right here in the FAA. I gave you the number to look it up. So, in your master plan this coming year, you have to list it as public again. You need to have the stipulation of 4F again. That will give you some time to determine whether or not this is feasible to be bought by the citizens of this city. And in your city code, George's contract can be extended without any amendable changes. I've already looked it up. Just wanted to point that out. But I'm 35. I don't have kids. I'm trying to have kids. It's harder than it sounds. With that being said, I met George when I was 10. And now I live here from Anchorage. More people like me are moving to the valley for places like what George runs, not for airports. I'll never be able to own an airplane in my life. It's unaffordable. Thank you.
My name is Mike Malewski, and I live in Palmer, and I'm older than 35, for whatever that means. But I wanted to check something out here, and I know there are people sitting there that have this information, but I did a quick look because I know there's been a pressure to approve a contract for George, and I appreciate that. But the Palmer City Council last approved an amendment to the golf course management contract on January 8th, 2024. The original contract was a 5-year operation management service agreement that was initially approved on January 12th, 2021. Subsequent amendments to the contract have been approved since that time. Go to 2022, it was January 11th, 2022. And then an amendment to correct the contract ending term to December was done on January 24th, 2023. And then the most recent amendment, as I have it here, and you can correct me if you've got different numbers, was approved on January 8th, 2024. The reason why I say this is because, first of all, I don't believe any of you were sitting up there when the original contract was done. So you're all new. But secondly, you have a history of doing the contract in January. I don't think that's a good way to go. I would personally think that you would want to be ending your contracts at the end of the year, so the year began. But the golf course has continued in operation, even though you've had every year an approval of that contract in January. So my sense is, correct me if I'm wrong, that if you do not approve a contract at this meeting, you'll still have a golf course continuing. You'll have to do the arrangement, I presume with George, as done in the past, not to his desire, I don't think, but that's the way you've operated. And this is not different. You have a chance to do something different, but I am also aware that when you do a contract, you're doing due diligence, and you want to make sure that you're doing it appropriately. So I just wanted to throw that out. Thank you.
So, in my last, my name is Caden Jennings, thank you. In the first meeting where I spoke a little while ago, you guys probably saw the video, I came in and mentioned that I am a business owner here in the Valley. And just something that was brought to my attention was, I think one of the airport guys was saying, they pay $16,000 a year for their hangar on the Palmer Airport, and I'm pretty sure those hangars are relatively big. You got to fit an airplane in there, so you're looking like, I don't know, 40 feet wide, 50 feet deep, something like that. I have a shop in Wasilla, probably one of the cheapest shops you can get your hands on, and I pay $1,500 a month. I pay more than somebody at the airport who has a heated hangar. If that's the case, I want to buy the next hangar because I want to store all my sand in there and use it as a commercial property. But I also mentioned that the Palmer Airport only charges $378.01 a year for your guys' smallest parking spot. Just in comparison to other airports nearby, first I'd like to mention Wasilla Airport lost $122,000 in 2022. So just to also clarify that nearby airports are not profitable as well. But it appears that Merrill Field is, and Merrill Field charges $960 a year at the minimum for a small airplane parking space that's tail end with no electricity. And with electricity, they're charging $1,260 a year. So not to steer the conversation away from the golf course, but I do think that if you're going to talk about the airport, it should at least be profitable first, or at least break even. And I think the way to do that is also, if you're going to reassess any rates, you should probably reassess the people parking their planes there. Because if you look, I'm pretty sure the rate hasn't been changed. 1998 was the last time the Palmer Airport parking rate changed. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. That's just what I have here. But seems like that tail end rate at $378.01 has been the same for a very long time. So, from the looks of a business perspective, you guys are running it real bad. Real bad. I could run it better, and I'm an idiot. So, just my thoughts. You guys take that with what you will, but charge more for your parking spots as well. Maybe make the airport profitable instead of making the golf course cover those costs. Thank you.
My name's Jason Murphy. Comparatively to most people who've talked tonight, I'm pretty underqualified to speak on most of these things, but I'd like to speak in support of the golf course and in support of George. I've only played golf at a few different courses in the state this year, and Palmer, in my opinion, is in the best shape, and that makes it more enjoyable. As far as the location for recreation and the asset that Palmer has, it is an outstanding location with the peaks and the butte and the river and even the airport around it. I'm happy to hear the majority of the airport proponents here are not against the golf course. And keeping that in mind, I think the logical steps would be to protect, at least immediately, the golf course in the short term, so there's no lapse in upkeep and operations. And I'd like to say that I even though I am not rich, I do bring my business in from Wasilla area. Not just the golf course, but businesses on the way to the golf course, on the way home from the golf course. I love Palmer, and I hope you guys make the correct decision in this regard.
We have time for one more if anybody would like to come forward.
Hello, good evening. My name is George Collum. I'm the golf course manager and owner of Eagle Golf Course Management. I think that there's been a lot of misconception from the community and maybe from council members about how this works. The golf course was not built to subsidize the airport. I've heard the word subsidize used from people representing the airport or from the city manager talking about how the golf course is heavily subsidized by the airport. It's a little bit disingenuous because there was never any demand for that land. So what would the city have had if there was no golf course there over the last 35 years? You would have just had a vacant piece of property, which cannot be, residential can't be put on it. My understanding is commercial cannot be put on it. So you created an enterprise fund where you could make money for the city and also provide a recreational facility and an asset that can be used by many of the residents. As you can see, over the last 35 years, the people that play the golf course, the community love it. That's, I think, a testament to not only myself, but especially my staff and the work that we've done there over the years. It didn't happen by accident. It's not always just a weather thing, like I saw in a statement in the city of Palmer's proposed budget, that because it was such a wonderful weather year that the golf course was successful. There's a lot more to it than weather. If you haven't gone by the golf course lately after these last two windstorms, you should take a look, because it's going to be a lot of work to get this cleaned up and ready for golf in the spring. If there's a lapse in my contract, I'm afraid it's going to put us so far behind that we will not be successful. And when I say we, yes, I do have a business there, but we work together. The city and I work together. It's collaborative, and it's always been that way. It doesn't feel like that anymore. There are two enterprise funds, right, that work together. There's the Airport Enterprise Fund and the Golf Course Enterprise Fund. The Golf Course Enterprise Fund pays a lease rate to the Airport Enterprise Fund. That's how it works. It's not my company that is involved in that lease. That's an internal city thing. That can be resolved within the city's finances. If you want to raise the lease rate, I don't think that anybody would complain as long as it's reasonable. So one thing I want to ask is if I'm going to be brought up to speak during the golf course discussion. Am I going to have a chance to speak there? Is that okay? Then I'm done. Thank you.
All right, well, we'll be closing audience participation at this point and moving on to item N, Committee of the Whole. I need a motion from the council.
We in our Committee of the Whole.
I second.
Are there any discussion, any questions, any concerns? Hearing, yes, ma'am.
So I did some research about the golf course. I've done some research about the airport. One of the things that comes to my mind when I look at this
Ma'am, if you're going to speak about the golf course, we need to go into actually committee of the whole first.
No, I have no objections.
Yes, please.
Mayor Cooper?
Yes.
Councilmember Carrington?
Yes.
Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
Councilmember Mosier?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcantara?
Yes.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Hudson?
Yes.
It's unanimous. We are in committee of the whole.
And this is for Palmer Golf Course and Warren Bud Woods Palmer Municipal Airport discussion. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to our 1970s council that sat up here for having the innovation and the entrepreneurship to take this grant that they were given by FAA and turning this into the golf course that we have today, that many people have enjoyed. Since that time, FAA rules and regulations have changed. They've evolved over time. That's just the federal government. People come in, they make changes. Oftentimes, we don't know when those changes are unless we are constantly on the website looking to see what the new rules and FAA regulations are. One of the things that, just bear with me for just a moment. We've talked about land use waivers. We've talked about fair market values for the golf course. This is city-owned land, and I believe that the city has and can do incremental funding to help offset some of this fair market value that's been talked about. And I think that the city can help the golf course. The golf course manages, it is outsourced, the management side of it, and the city needs to own some of what's being done and said. This is no different than a federal merger. It is an acquisition, we outsource all the time. This is no different here where you're outsourcing management and of the golf course. So it is contracted out. Some of the solutions I think that we should do is, because we do owe them the land, we need to look to see what our part is in that. And if we owe that money, then we need to pay it, and we need to look at other sources of revenue coming back into the city.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to read this really quickly to the constituents from the FAA. We allowed the sponsor, the City of Palmer, to extend the current lease while they determine what the fair market value is. The airport sponsor, the city, is required to get FAA approval to renew the non-aeronautical lease of federally conveyed or federally acquired land. The airport is required to charge fair market value for the non-aeronautical use of the airport property as laid out in the FAA Order 5190.6, Section 17.10 non-aeronautical rates. The last appraisal is more than 10 years old, so the airport needs to establish what fair market value is for the property. In the meantime, the FAA allowed the airport to extend the non-aeronautical lease for 1 year while the appraisal is being conducted and corrective action plan is developed. Not the correction action plan is already done by the city manager, but it would be developed later. Once we know what the appraised value is, the airport would submit then their plan to address the potential issues with the lease for the golf course. The city to the airport, not anything with the contract. We then would work with the airport to ensure that they are in compliance with the FAA's grant assurances. Ultimately, the FAA will review and approve the new non-aeronautical use from the airport once fair market value has been established for the airport property. So that leads me to my first question. Based on the FAA's latest guidance, I understand that the golf course land lease is governed by fair market value rate, which must be updated through a current appraisal. The fair market value rate could increase, it could decrease, it could stay the same, depending on the appraisal results, and the FAA does not view this as a compliance issue, but rather expects a corrective plan if changes are necessary. Given these facts, why has this city administration presented this issue to council and constituents as if the golf course lease was a compliance violation requiring immediate action? Can the airport superintendent or the city manager provide the specific FAA document that states that the city of Palmer is currently out of compliance regarding the golf course lease, or that it requires immediate corrective action from this council? Has the council been given all FAA communications, emails, letters, and or directives that allege non-compliance or require corrective plans right now concerning the golf course lease? If yes to any of these questions, can you then identify and provide those documents to this council? I'm directing the question at anybody who can answer.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I think what you've read is kind of where we're at. We've asked the FAA to give us a compliance determination. That compliance determination is going to be due on or about January 10th, and it's probably going to say something very similar to what you said. It's the idea is that we get ahead of this. We don't get out of compliance and then get corrected. What we do is we recognize that we may be out of compliance, and then we bring ourselves back in. It's like, I'll leave it at that. It's the idea is that we stay in compliance rather than get out of compliance and have to be corrected.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a follow-up? Okay, thank you. So staying ahead of it, your email from October 27th, 2025 clarifies specifically that the golf course is not considered an aeronautical use under FAA policy. You state in this email, it's unfortunate, but I think we are at the wrong end of some poor planning that was conducted 35 to 40 years ago. The outcomes I see as the airport superintendent out of this are: one. Now here's where all of my constituents got this information from. For everybody at the airport who was asking, here it is. This is from the airport superintendent to the golf course contractor. One, the city purchases the golf course land at fair market value, and it remains a golf course. That purchase would have to be approved by the FAA. I am developing a plan for this. Who approved that? That involves a higher lease rate for tenants to make the airport more able to break even. Number two, second option. So first option, we purchase a golf course. Second option, he states in this email, the airport develops the land. I am planning for this alternative, and it is a bit of a monumental task currently. Planning for it doesn't mean that it's going to come to fruition, but I would be derelict by ignoring it and not planning for it. Input is being gathered from airport users that they want to go down this path. The ultimate destination will be a general plan that outlines how the land should be developed. The actual development will come in years after scoping design and the environmental review. Number three, there's only three options you provided. The city ignores the FAA and the golf course remains. We lose all federal funding as long as we ignore the FAA. I'm going to recommend we avoid this at all costs. Nothing good comes from fighting the federal government. So based on that statement in that email, clarifies that the golf course is not considered an aeronautical use under FAA policy. One option is for the city to maintain the golf course to purchase the land at fair market value. Another viable option, which has significant public support, would be to request a release of federal obligation on the land and convert it to an easement per the FAA. This would then result in the loss of a very small portion of the golf course, but would allow continued community use, approximately 2 holes. That wasn't mentioned in your email. The FAA has emphasized that if the lease rate increases above the current amount, the airport sponsor is expected only to develop a plan to come into compliance over time, not an immediate compliance issue or enforcement action. So given this, why has there been internal messaging, including statements to golf course users and contractors, suggesting that the golf course may be taken away soon? Who authorized those statements, and what is their basis if the FAA indicates no immediate compliance threat?
This is 2 different issues that are getting confused. The first issue, the compliance issue, is a lease rate issue. The lease rate issue, basically non-aeronautical use, non-aeronautical users of airport land must pay a non-aeronautical rate. The non-aeronautical rate, at a minimum, must be the fair market value, based on the fair market value of the land. The second issue, and this is the long-term issue that we're talking about, that is not going to be, again, we talked about this in, I believe, starting in August, and we've talked about it a few times since then. This is not a solution that we're going to come to tonight. At some point in the future, the airport may expand to a point where it needs to, in order to continue expanding, it needs to move on to the golf course. At that point, those options are going to come about. It's if we want to keep the golf course, it's going to need to be bought and paid for by the city.
Mr. Mayor, may I
But
follow?
that is not something that's really going to happen today. That's not going to happen next year, and that's not going to happen 3 to 5 years from now. This land was purchased for aeronautical use, and at some point in the future, it may have to be returned for aeronautical use.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to continue and let that be the answer. I'm not even going to argue that. The FAA has explicitly stated that they do not require or approve airport master plans in the email to the city manager that we have this last week. It says that FAA does not require or approve airport master plans in the email. They only encourage them as a discretionary planning tool for future development and funding eligibility. Who made the decision to initiate the airport master plan at this time, and under what authority, given that this was not an FAA requirement? What municipal code, policy, or contract authorized you as the airport superintendent or the city manager to proceed with the airport master plan without council approval? And how was this priority weighed against unresolved operational issues, including the ongoing fuel theft, the runway maintenance needs, and the outstanding airport revenues owed to the city?
Okay, so how this came about is that the airport needs to submit to the FAA a capital improvement plan twice a year. And so in order to do this, we work with our engineer of record, which is HDL, on developing the cost of something and program it into the FAA. In order for this master plan to even begin to happen, it's going to come in front of this council and it's going to be approved by this council, or it won't happen. So what I'm doing is putting together a capital improvement plan for the FAA to be able to program grant funding into the system for future projects. Those projects are not possible without the approval of City Council. Now, for the master plan, the reason why I put the master plan on that future plan was because we're right now at the airport. We have 20 acres of pavement that the pavement condition index is below the point, or is in the condition where it needs to be repaved. I've come before you and we've talked about this already. This is a $20 million project to do this. It's going to cost the city of Palmer 5% this year and 6.25% starting in the future years. So what that means is, right now, what's at stake is $1.25 million. And as we head down the road construction inflation being what it is, this could be a $25 to $30 million project. I don't have an appetite to bring that in front of you. I don't think that's a good use of city money. I think $1 to $2 million in paving the airport and just paving the parking areas is not a very good idea. And then watching over the last couple of weeks the Winterra park the airplanes parked out on the ramp, it just makes me think that that's, you know, continuing what we have is probably still not a good idea. I think what we need to do is to take a look at that airport and figure out how we want to configure that so we can save cost, we can save money, be able to develop the airport for future businesses, and not to have to come to you trying to ask you for $2 million for a paving project. I don't want to do that. The options
Point of
are,
order, Mr. Mayor. I just asked what policy or contract authorized him to proceed with the airport master plan. Oh, it's just taken a long time. We don't. Our constituents are.
This is something that we plan for at my level. Then I bring to the city manager, and then we bring it to you. And we need to start planning at some level. I don't plan in this room in front of you. I plan prior. I put all my little ducks in a row, and I bring them into you with everything put together.
Yes, and Mr. Mayor.
I think the question was, is we're developing an airport master plan every 10 years. Is there a requirement for that, and who's doing it?
There is no requirement for any time length. Basically, what they recommend, what the FAA recommends, is that we do an airport master plan when something significant changes at the airport.
Mr. Mayor, I have a follow-up question regarding this. Okay, so when we just did the comprehensive plan update, I'm just trying to get everybody to understand this. It was on an agenda packet for the council to vote on. It had to go through planning and zoning. It had to go through a lot of things. The city manager informed me in July that he did not ask to bring the airport master plan, including the golf course, forward in July at the airport advisory meeting. She told me that. So I'm asking why this was, who gave you permission to bring forward the airport master plan and to start this, because this does cost the city money to start this master plan, and where was the permission? If the comprehensive plan has to be voted on, then to bring forward for the city to initiate, then the airport master plan does too, per code.
Absolutely does.
I'd like to interject just for a second. You are correct when you asked me that question. However, we have a professional here, and his due diligence is to bring his ideas forward to me. I'm glad I don't have to prompt a director to be forward thinking about master planning. No, he didn't get permission for me to start the planning phases. He's in the infancy stages of this. And I think that's good that he's trying to do this and working with HDL and starting this process, which is why I've also communicated in city manager reports. He has not presented a formal plan to me, and neither is HDL. And as soon as that's done, I will present it to the council. But you are correct. There was no authority, but again, he's a director and he's planning on this. I don't give authority to Jude to evaluate roads for a road construction project. He has an idea, just like the capital improvement for Cedar Hills, that I didn't direct him to do that. He brought that to me because he's a subject matter expert.
Yes, Colby. Mr. Mayor, can I respond to her? Yes, I understand what you're saying, but he had to bring that forward as a project to the council for the council to vote to approve spending that money. So everything that is this process being started eventually is going to cost the city funding and the taxpayer dollars that the city council didn't approve for, and that is a problem.
No, you will get a chance to.
It was started without council permission. Council has the final say. Council has the final say. Point of order, Mr. Mayor. The City Council is the legislative and policy-making body of the City of Palmer under Charter Section 3.1. The Council issues the direction, and the administration implements the direction. Staff is not allowed to debate, reinterpret, or challenge Council's directives during public meetings. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could jump in, do we have like a 10-minute time limit or something during this?
Not during committee of the whole.
Okay. If I could just jump in, because it is 10 o'clock now.
I do want to make
I
a
feel,
point real quick. We only have an hour left.
Right.
So I think that's where you were going.
Well, I think our time would be much better used talking about what we're going to do moving forward. That's what folks want to know, what's going to happen, instead of spending our time saying who should be in trouble here, who should we be pointing fingers at, who said or didn't say what in the past, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We could spend all evening and tomorrow and the next day doing that. I want to start talking about what do we do moving forward.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of different directions, and we've had this conversation about the being in compliance. We voted to look at the contract and see what we needed to do to move it in that direction. Maybe not all the way, but move it in that direction. I think the city manager started working on that, communicating with FAA and trying to move that in that direction. That hasn't changed. We still, the contract, there are some questions and we need to address those. And I would like, we have a lawyer here and we're probably paying him by the hour, so we want to get some information from him. But, I would like him, if he's reviewed any questions about the contract or any input, I would like to know what you're thinking about the contract, where it's our, and is, one of the gentlemen talked about why we aren't going to our RFP, and I would like to hear from him.
I think are you asking, with current contract?
Is the current contract what we need, or are we needing to look at that a little closer?
Do a sole source, or do we have to go to an RFP?
Right. That was very good. Thank you. That was what I was asking.
Mr. Mayor. I think this works.
Oh. Thank you. In short, my recommendation would be to extend the contract for 1 year with some amendments that I can talk about later. And in that time, after you get the appraisal for the fair market value of the golf course property, then you'll be positioned to put together an RFP for a golf course management contract, presumably with a term to start January 1st, 2027.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that answer. One thing I wanted to point out was one of the testifiers talked about amendments and changes that were made to an existing 5-year contract in January of 21, January of 22, January 23, et cetera. What we're running into tonight is an expiration of a contract. It's not the same as saying let's wait till January and add an amendment or something of that nature. So there's a lot of things, and as somebody pointed out, it's 10 p.m. and a lot of people have been here a long time. There's a lot of things that we could peel back, certainly, and probably need to, and maybe Mr. Mayor thought process in January of maybe appointing a subcommittee of some kind to kind of dive into these issues. I don't think issues between the airport and the golf course, but just issues of why this thing went astray. I look at it very much as it was a solution in search of a problem. I don't think we had a problem whatsoever. Same as Kenai softball fields at the end of the Kenai Runway. I don't think we had any issue. But we've made a mountain out of a molehill, and now we have to figure this out. So one of the ways I do think I appreciate constituents and others bringing forward things like, what do they do in Salinas? What do they do in Cincinnati? What do they do in these other places? Things that I think I should be getting from the city manager and the community development director. Those are the kind of research that I think we should be seeing more of and be able to make good decisions here in the future. But to move forward, and I'm just going to throw this out here, and I know we have to come out of committee of a whole, but my suggestion, hopefully in line with what our interim visiting attorney told us, my suggestion is a 1-year, $475,000 contract to reflect the cost increases over the last few years, and $15,000 for fuel, which is a halfway point to the $30,000 the city manager talked about. So I'll be making that motion at an appropriate time for a 1 year, $475,000 and $15,000 in fuel. Keeps us under that $500,000 figure. It's $490,000 total, and it's the only entity that provides money back to the city. I'm confident if they have another year anywhere close to 2025, that money is going to be money well spent. It's going to pay for itself in a big way. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And as a person was commenting earlier, there's no legal problem with extending a contract after it's actually already expired, and you then make the amendment or the extension effective as of the earlier date. That happens all the time. So, yes, ideally, whatever you do in a perfect world, you would do before January 1st. But there's not any legal problem with doing it on the 4th, 5th, 13th of January.
So I have a question for the city manager. Yeah, I'm on. I have a question for the city manager. Do we have a fleet card by chance? Or does the city have a fleet card for fuel?
No, we don't have fleet cards. What we have is if there is an authorized user to use and draw from the city's fuel supply, my department issues them what's called a PIN. And that PIN, that is tied to that employee number. So then that individual has the authority to go to the city's fuel dispensary pod. There's a sequence that they have to go through with various pins and pumps and things like that. And then we track the usage by PIN number. And pins are associated with one individual. There's no shared pins. So, I couldn't issue one pin to the council and you all would get to use it. Because I can't track the fuel and report on it properly that way.
And you issue that PIN to employees.
I issue that PIN to employees. That is correct.
So Deputy Mayor, I understand what you're talking about the fuel, but I think.
It's fine. My next question was, does the golf course have a PIN number for the city fuel? And is that something that they can possibly be given?
The difference is he's a contractor and not a city employee.
However, it's a managed contract.
So I have a kind of a comment along the fuel part. So if you go to lease an automobile, the company owns the vehicle, but you as a renter pay for the fuel. You pay your insurance, you pay the repairs and that kind of stuff. It's not owned by you, but you have the responsibility to take care of all that stuff, even though it's somebody else's equipment. That was brought up earlier today that the equipment's ours, so we should pay for the fuel. Yeah, we buy the equipment, but we don't use the equipment. The equipment is used by the golf course folks. So I'm kind of in limbo about. Excuse me, ma'am. To a point. So I'm in a little bit of a quandary as to whether we should pay for the fuel, and there's other fees. And the attorney mentioned that we can continue the contract with some modifications, and I think that they're trying to work on those, and I'm not sure exactly where we are with that. Yes, ma'am.
So is the lawyer that is here, so when we're looking at this contract, and let me be clear, I honestly, nobody here wants to close the golf course. I want to see it stay. I think it's a great asset. I agree with everything that you guys have said. But whenever the things that we've been discussing seem serious to me, and I think we need to closely look at that contract and make sure that all of the liability, I mean, if the thing with the compliance, if that's accurate from what we're hearing, if that's accurate, we want to address it, and we want to address any other concerns in the contract. And we haven't had a lawyer for a few weeks, and it would seem prudent for us to be able to look closely at the contract And going forward, make sure we have all the I's dotted and the T's crossed so that we are being above board and transparent. And I think that's what from my perspective, that's what the city manager is trying to do, is trying to bring to the surface things that we as a council didn't know and that we're trying to correct. And so I'm wondering if the council, that the lawyer that we have here, is he going to be helping look at that contract and making sure that we've got everything covered?
I certainly can. The contract itself, there's a number of issues with it, some of which I would kind of call legal issues, other more public policy issues. And to be clear, the concerns I have really have nothing to do with Eagle Golf or their performance under it. It's things that are inherent to the contract. This is one easy example. The liability insurance coverage, $1 million minimum, probably should be updated. That's rather low for the nature of the activities that are conducted out there. That's just an easy point that I would suggest looking at. There's a lot of sort of more structural issues that, I think from a public policy standpoint, to ensure that there is transparency and to demonstrate that the people's money is being used responsibly, I would, suggest doing quite a bit differently. But I think that those are more issues that would be addressed when you go out for RFP. A lot of those. There is one specific issue that's more of a specific legal one that has some significant risk that I would actually like to address with the council in executive session. And I will make clear that it has nothing to do with Eagle Golf or their performance of the contract.
Mr. Mayor?
George, how is fuel delivered to the golf course right now? Okay, so we use Crowley as well. I'm just trying to help with a solution potentially. I don't know this. Since this is committee as a whole, throwing it out there, and I deal with the fuel and deal with Crowley. If there would be a way, instead of asking for a set number of increase in fuel, could there be a way that I deliver the fuel, dispense the fuel, and then I can track the fuel? And now it's not, instead of a add-on to something. You see where I'm trying to go with this? I mean, you see what I'm saying? If there was a way, like, if you know that you use 5,000 gallons of fuel a week, okay? And if I had the capability as Public Works to deliver to you 5,000 gallons of fuel, then there would be no need to have this money you know what I mean? That would be part of something in my budget. It would just go from, the council would give it to Public Works as part of their budget. It wouldn't go under that contract. You see what I'm saying? I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just trying to explore options to help move this. Since the fuel all comes and is managed by Public Works, does that make sense? Maybe I'm not making sense with what I'm trying to do, but I'm trying to figure out a way to. Obviously, there are fuel, and I track fuel very closely across the entire city. So I can tell you at any given time with quarterly reports what the fuel consumption is, what the average prices are, and I can give you trends. So I just didn't know if there's a way that, again, this may be helpful. I don't even know if it's a viable.
I think that makes sense. I am also familiar with how fuel is tracked, and contract rates with Crowley change, and sometimes they don't change, depending on how good you are at negotiating that contract. I think that at this point, in the interest of time, we've been here a very long time, and I apologize in advance. I do have anyway. So it is 10 o'clock. We have another hour that we can be in session. This conversation can go on for, a year, like the counselor said over there. I think right now,
in the interest of what we have going on, with him having mentioned that we should enter into executive session before we make any motions regarding the current contract. I think it would be prudent to do that first, because you should always listen to your lawyer. And I would like to, if it's possible, make a motion to exit committee of the whole and then enter into exit committee of the whole, and we'll go from there.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, I do have some more questions concerning this contract.
Now that the motion's been made, we have to vote on that, and then
Mayor Cooper? Yes. Deputy Mayor Alcantara?
Yes.
Councilmember Carrington? Yes. Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
Councilmember Hudson?
Nope.
And Councilmember Mosher?
Yes.
We are out of committee of the whole.
you can make a motion to go into executive session.
I would like to make a motion to go into executive session to discuss the topic that the counselor has suggested we discuss before we look at extending the contract due to his legal concerns.
I second that.
Mayor Cooper?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcantara?
Yes.
Councilmember Carrington? Yes. Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
Councilmember Hudson?
No.
And Councilmember Mosher?
Yes.
It's approved, passed, and everybody has to leave. So that we can go to executive session.
They separate the golf course and the airport.
We allow, is there a session? Can we come back?
Yeah, afterwards.
Can't they just go back into the
How long is it going to take?
I'll come get it.
Hi, Allison. Nice to meet you. Yeah.